preliminary budget hearing on the Committee on Aging. Please silence all electronic devices at this time. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and we'll kindly assist you. At no time, please do not approach the dais. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you so much, and good morning. My name is Crystal Hudson, and I serve as the chair of the Committee on Aging. Welcome to the committee's hearing on the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget for the New York City Department for the Aging, also known as NYC Aging. Thank you to Commissioner Cortez Vasquez for joining us. We're also joined by Council members Zhuang and Schulman. Following testimony and questions with NYC Aging, we'll hear testimony from the public at approximately 12 p.m. Thank you to those older adult advocates and community members who've joined us today. Comments here brief and request that the Commissioner keep her oral testimony. Older Adult Provider Network have faced unprecedented challenges in the past few years due to the pandemic and budgetary constraints, as well as inflation and the increased cost of living. I look forward to working collaboratively with providers and the administration to help the city's 1.8 million older adults overcome these challenges. NYC Aging has a critical role to play in assessing and meeting the needs of older adults and collaborating with the provider network and the council to harness best practices and scale innovative approaches to best serve our city's elders. NYC Aging's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget is $426.2 million, which is concerningly $124 million less than the fiscal 2025 adopted budget. Despite serving almost a fifth of the city's population, the NYC Aging's budget continues to account for less than 1/2% of the city's overall budget for yet another plan. The preliminary plan includes one very small new need of just under $42,000 for costs related to the annual Boom Conference in fiscal 2025, but none for direct services and programs for older adults. In the November and preliminary plans, there were no PEG restorations, leaving in effect several cuts made last year to NYC Aging's budget. $2.2 million in fiscal 2026 and $15.7 million in fiscal 2027 and the out years for older adult centers. These are concerning cuts at a time when NYC Aging needs greater resources to help it serve a growing aging population whose need for older adult centers and support services are increasing. In addition to the impact of these PEGs, NYC Aging's budget in fiscal 2026 is approximately $124 million less than it currently is for fiscal 2025. A large contributor to this decline is expired federal COVID-19 funding that has not been replaced in fiscal 2026 with city funding. The $124 million includes $41.7 million in council discretionary funding that is not yet included in the budget in fiscal 2026, and the remaining $82.8 million supported by various NYC Aging programs, including older adult centers and naturally occurring retirement communities. If this is not addressed in the executive plan, the fiscal cliff would severely impact older adult services and programs, as well as NYC Aging's network of providers and future RFPs. NYC Aging's capital commitment plan, the smallest in the city, totals $78.4 million over fiscals 2025 through 2029. With over 300 older adult centers and NORCs now in the NYC Aging network, this funding is insufficient to properly address all of the infrastructure needs. I believe the capital program should be enhanced to help refurbish centers, improve kitchens, and connect older adults to much-needed technology and resources. In the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to add $50 million to NYC Aging's capital budget, with $10 million dedicated specifically to older adult centers that predominantly serve immigrant older adults, but unfortunately no additional funding has been added to fulfill the council's proposal. In today's hearing, we would like to get a deeper understanding of NYC Aging's expense budget, its capital plan, the impact of last year's PEGs, the looming fiscal cliff in funding, and key agency services and programs, including case management, home-delivered meals, and older adult center programs. We would also like to delve into the metrics reported for NYC Aging in the fiscal 2025 preliminary Mayor's Management Report, or PMMR. I'd like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing: Samuel Hamid, financial analyst; Julia Haramis, unit head; Christopher Pepe, senior legislative counsel; Chloe Rivera, senior policy analyst; and my chief of staff, Andrew Wright, and dedicated staff. With that, I think we will swear you in and have you read your testimony. Thank you. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council members' questions?
I do.
Okay, and then just before you start, just remember to turn your microphones on.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I am trying to honor your request for my comments to be brief, but I wanted to also take this opportunity to talk a little more in detail about the program, so it's a little longer than I usually give.
No.
So good morning, Chair Hudson and members of the Aging Committee. It's great to see you. As you know, I'm Lorraine Cote Vasquez. I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department for the Aging, NYC Aging, and I'm joined this morning by Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the Aging's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026. And I will also discuss some of the details on the programs we provide with these funds, as well as some highlights of what was accomplished during the year. In addition to working to eliminate ageism and ensuring the dignity and quality of life of older New Yorkers, providing high-quality services and resources are among our top priorities. To support this important work, our FY26 preliminary budget projects, as you said, Chair, $426 million in funding, of which $305 million is city funds. This includes allocations of $178 million to support older adult clubs, which I know you're all familiar with. However, while we don't typically view congregate meals as food for medicine, it is essential service for healthy living and preventing social isolation. That is truly the work that is done in OACs, in addition to the recreational and educational work. Additionally, there is $62 million for home-delivered meals, a key anti-poverty and financial insecurity measure in this city, as well as $46 million for case management, which serves as the entry point for in-home services and addressing the needs of older adults who struggle with performing activities of daily living. There is also an allocation of $36.5 million to support home care for homebound older adults who are not Medicaid eligible, which allows older New Yorkers to age in place, and an additional $8.8 million for NORC programs, naturally occurring retirement communities, which provide similar services as older adult clubs other than the meals. In addition to the recreation and combating social isolation services, they also provide some nursing services. Finally, $8.5 million for caregiving services, supporting 1.3 million caregivers and their care recipients in the city, and $5.5 million for transportation, allowing older adults to be connected to their community, their houses of worship, shopping, and medical appointments. These numbers tell only a portion of the story behind the services included in NYC Aging, and show the human side of the work we do to make New York City fully age inclusive. Previous fiscal years have been challenging for the city financially, and NYC Aging has worked to ensure that we are prioritizing the needs of older adults and our core aging services, while limiting the impacts of these challenges, like the various PEGs, the programs to eliminate the gap. We are pleased to see that under the FY25 executive budget, there is no mandatory savings exercise, and previous PEGs were implemented without negatively affecting services to older adults. Nonetheless, we are keenly aware of the change in the federal administration and the need for improved per capita funding formula to increase state dollars that could result in fair share funding for New York City, which has led to confusion in many funding sources, especially federal grants. These are ongoing issues that we monitor day to day and to continue to assess their potential impact on aging services. We continue to advocate to our state and federal partners to share the financial responsibility of serving older older adults living in the city. That said, despite these past challenges, we're proud of the work that was done by NYC Aging and, of course, our trusted nonprofit partners in addressing some notable successes. Following are a few highlights of this past year. In December 2024, we hosted the Boom Conference, New York City's first national conference dedicated to tackling the urgent issues impacting America's growing older adult population. This event was hosted alongside Mayor Eric Adams and assembled renowned speakers, practitioners, thought leaders, and advocates in groundbreaking sessions on combating ageism, the caregiving crises, community versus institutional care, and the evolving needs of adults over 60. We are proud to continue to steer the national conversation on aging and serve as a countrywide leader with 19 other cities in the U.S. Conference of Mayors Age Inclusive Work Group. Last year, with the help of the City Council and the current administration, we were able to codify the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers into the city charter. Thank you very much. This will ensure that we can continue to grow projects with 24 cities and address the needs of older New Yorkers, 24 city agencies, and address the needs of older city workers. We are proud to announce that this year, both My Story and NYC's Aging's Anti-Ageism Education Program with New York City's public schools have been nationally recognized as programs of merit by Generations United. The education program is now expanding citywide with $400,000 from a Next 50 grant to reach more schools and grade levels. These efforts ensure future generations understand the value of older adults bring to their community, but it also is important in that there is a research component, and we'll see how young people are responding to what the outcomes of this learnings are. As in the charge of the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers, these initiatives break down communication silos between agencies and serve older New Yorkers through a budget-neutral process, through collaboration and meeting mutual goals. Last May, during Older Americans Month, NYC launched our Service Needs Assessment. This citywide service covered topics including managing finances, transportation, meal preparation, and social isolation. The survey was distributed by providers, city partners, elected officials, many of you here, and your offices, as well as many others. And we were able to go online in 10 different languages. The results provided great insights, and we collected the data we needed to support NYC Aging and the members of the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers in understanding the current needs of older residents. The voices of the older adult guiding our work is essential. We received 8,600 responses from older adults and caregivers, with special attention paid in our outreach to those who were not known to any of our programs. More than 40% of the respondents indicated that they do not attend an older adult club, which gives us clear insight into what types of needs older adults, older New Yorkers are experiencing beyond food insecurity and social isolation. We look forward to sharing more information about the results of the service needs with your offices. Lastly, NYC Aging hosted a large number of successful events in 2024, which underscores the city's deep commitment and service to older New Yorkers. In May, we hosted International Groove, an intergenerational groove, where thousands of older adults gathered on National Older Adult Health and Fitness Day for a dance party. That was part of a national initiative to promote the importance of physical activity and highlight the efforts of local organizations dedicated to improving the health of older adults. In September, we hosted the Healthy Aging Fair. Almost rained out, but older adults showed up and participated, where 500 residents came to participate in a day free of screening, activities, demonstrations designed to promote healthy living and active lifestyles. We were excited to do this in partnership with the city's overall goal of laying out its Healthy NYC, aimed at improving life expectancy for New Yorkers. This was done on National Falls Prevention Week to show New Yorkers that in this city where you can age confidently and age in place. Finally, in October, we hosted the grand finale of the Talent is Timeless 2024, which has become something of an older adult event across every OAC in the city, and everyone looks forward to it now, and it's going to be in its third year. We had over 1,000 attendees at last year's finale, and over 1,000 acts participating over the course of the entire competition. Talent is Timeless showcases the spirit, resilience, and limitless potential of older adults, offering them a platform to demonstrate their abilities, and equally important, always challenging ageist stereotype, that older adults just are not this or that, but like many of us, have talents and abilities in a variety of areas. This year, we celebrate NYC's aging 50th anniversary, and are looking forward to including you in those celebrations across the 5 boroughs. Our 50th anniversary coincides with our renewed focus on aging services in key priorities for the entire agency: community care, community building, caregiver support, and always combating ageism. We view these priorities as an overall component of every program, service, and initiative completed by NYC Aging. There will be upcoming events and opportunities to highlight the work being done by this agency, our contract providers, and of course, older New Yorkers that we serve every day as we celebrate our golden anniversary. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the programs. Home Delivered Meals program is a vital component of NYC's Aging's network of services. Not only does the Home Delivered Meal program provide meals to homebound older adults, but also the interaction with the delivery person, which for many of our clients may be the only direct human interaction for a day. Supports our ongoing effort to combat social isolation, and again, a critical aspect of our community care approach. This program continues to follow the strict guidance by the state and is open to those who meet its criteria. We announced late in February from Columbia University and Robin Hood Foundation the share of older New Yorkers living in poverty. It is now 25%, double the national average. Because financial security remains amongst the most critical need of older adults, it is highly correlated to food insecurity. NYC Aging is continually evaluating our efforts and exploring areas for improvement. While workforce programs continue to be a way for older adults to avoid long-term poverty, meals programs are also a lifeline to older adults struggling with financial and ultimately food insecurity. This includes enhancing meal options for recipients, embracing the diversity of our city by increasing the availability of culturally aligned meals, and promoting uniformly high-quality, nutritious meals. In FY24, our network of 15 home-delivered meals providers delivered 4.2 million meals to 24,600 clients. Combined with meals served at OACs, NYC Aging has a record-breaking 10 million meals, 10.3 million meals in FY25, underscoring the importance of these meals to older New Yorkers. We're happy to mention again this year that HDM reimbursement rates have increased meal costs to $11.78 in fiscal 23, 1378 in fiscal 25. Over the past few years, the rates have gradually increased to meet the needs of our providers serving these and preparing these critical meals. These have been key improvements of service to our providers that we have met with the partnership with this council leadership. In transportation, we issued an RFP in FY23, and we've seen that this vital program has become incredibly beneficial to older New Yorkers. The transportation program is filling a gap in the lives of older adults who have difficulty navigating public transportation in New York or have specific mobility needs that require accessible vehicles. In FY25, the transportation program is funded at $5.5 million across 9 providers. There's 2 in each borough, with 1 a citywide provider. I would like to note that this transportation program is separate from the community-based transportation services provided by our network of OACs, many of whom opted to prioritize transportation needs at their centers and included it in their RFP submissions, and ultimately in these contracts. These transportation programs are meant to be for OAC clients to get to and from home, and for centers to have rides as a group to center outings and other activities and events. And home care and caregiving services, a hallmark of a community care plan. A number of older adults live in New York City continues to grow, and it is imperative that we continue to grow the community care support systems, which allow older New Yorkers to remain in the communities they build and to truly age in place. We do this through home care giving services, which greatly serve those who are homebound in need of additional support. Home care services are provided through Medicaid reimbursement for those who do not qualify for Medicaid programs, through the expanded in-home services for older adults, ISEP. And the service hours are reimbursed to providers. Currently, we're advocating that New York State legislature make permanent the inclusion, which passed last year, of a 55 cents per hour wage match for ISEP home care workers, which would bring them into parity with Medicaid home care workers, who already receive the raises. As you know, this is a key component of community care, and being able to age in place is an overwhelming preference of older New Yorkers, which also improves their health outcomes. We welcome your support and advocacy in this regard. Without ISEP, clients are at a disadvantage when Medicaid home workers are not incentivized to take on those clients because their pay is higher. There is no distinction between the ISEP Medicaid home care worker. They are primarily women of color, and this is exacerbating inequity because of salary. Currently, the home care program at NYC Aging is funded at $36.5 million in FY25, but it does not include the wage increases to match the salaries of the Medicaid home care worker. This occurred in previous years and was resolved in part with help from advocates and some on this council to ensure that aging service workers, who frequently are women and women of color, are not left out of needed pay increases for critical aging services. Many older adults are caretakers for their aging parents and spouses. Many are caregivers who also have full-time jobs. The caregiver program offers options for respite care through home care, participation in social adult daycare centers, as well as other services. There are an estimated 1.3 million New Yorkers who function as a caregiver. Without the support of care for daily living activities and respite care, many of these caretakers would not have the financial means or the ability to leave the care recipient in someone else's care while they take a needed break from their caregiving responsibilities. Chair, you know that experience personally, as so do I. We know the cost of maintaining an older adult in institutionalized care is far higher when compared to the cost of community care options, such as including supporting caregivers. Its cost on the average is $160,980 to house an older adult in institutional care, whereas the average cost of a community care service plan is roughly $32,000 per person per year. In FY25, funding for the caregiver program is projected to be $8.5 million. Caregiver supports positively impact the health and well-being of the older adult, stability in the family, while aligning with the cultural background of the individual. This is why community care is so incredibly important to the future of this city and to the future of older New Yorkers. These are integrated services for home assistance, which care for daily living needs such as bathing, food prep, shopping, transportation, meal provisions, all that can help an older adult live longer in their community, which is their desired and shared outcome. I have personal experience with this as I take care of my 95-year-old mother who wants to remain in her home and who needs additional care. I am proud of the work that we do at NYC Aging and the work that we do in partnership with our providers and what we accomplish with the resources that we have. This past year has shown where NYC Aging as a whole can look to efficiencies and improvement in our programs and truly meet the needs of older New Yorkers. This mindset has allowed us to weather financial challenges in previous years and confront the growing needs in aging services in New York City, where we know the population over 60 will continue to grow. Amidst all this, we continue to be good stewards of public dollars. That said, given the need for further investment from state and federal partners, we are concerned about the current presidential administration and the changes that may affect NYC Aging and the Older Americans Act. It is imperative now more than ever that New York City receive its fair share of aging services funded through federal grants and state grants, and to be continually dispersed to support these vital programs. As I've said time and time again, while the needs of older adults outpace the resources in aging services, I look forward to continuing ways to match our programs to meet this increased demand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by council members Salam, Lee, Banks, and Mealy. I'll get right into it if you all are okay with that. In the preliminary plan, NYC Aging's fiscal 2026 budget totals $426.2 million, which is $124.5 million less than the current fiscal 2025 budget. A large reason for this difference is the $68.2 million in federal COVID-19 funding that was used to support older adult centers, home-delivered meals, and NORCs. That funding has now expired and has not been replaced in fiscal 2026 and in the out years with city funds. Additionally, there's $41.7 million in council discretionary funding for older adult programs budgeted in fiscal 2025 that is not included in the budget for fiscal 2026 and beyond. How is the administration planning to address the significant decrease in funding for the agency in fiscal 2026?
We had anticipated this, what we call fiscal cliff. And in our discussions with OMB and direct discussions with the director of finance, director of OMB, there's been a commitment that current service levels will continue.
There's been a commitment that what? Sorry?
Current service levels will continue.
Current service levels.
And there'll be no impact on current service levels.
Okay. So will additional funding then be added to support these critical services? Sounds like that's a yes.
What I can tell you is that the commitment has been made that there will be no impact on service levels.
Okay. I don't know that your answer is going to change, but how good do you feel about this commitment? Like, is it a firm?
I would say I am a woman of my word, and I, in the conversation I had with the director, I believe that he's a man of his word and that commitment will stand.
Okay. Then I will
And
be,
I also know that it is a statement that has been expressed at the various older adult town halls.
okay. I guess, and I think I know what your answer will be to this, but why then wouldn't it be included in the preliminary budget?
I can't answer that.
That's what I thought you would say.
But what I can say is it is a preliminary budget, but I can also say that I feel confident in that commitment,
Okay. If you feel confident, then I feel confident.
and
So
we'll
I'm
have a
gonna
discussion.
take that and run
Right.
with it. Okay, older adults represent 20% of our city's population. A 2021 CUNY Graduate Center study reports that the population of adults ages 65 and older in New York State will soar 25% between 2021 and 2040. In the city alone, the population of older adults is expected to increase by 40% by the year 2040. Despite the growth in the city's older adult population, NYC Aging's budget still represents less than 1% of the city's overall budget. Given the decline in the agency's budget in fiscal 2026 compared to fiscal 2025, it does not appear that the budget is at all aligned with the growing need and demand for services. What metrics does NYC Aging have regarding older adult population projections and the demand for the agency's programming and services? And then how are you utilizing these metrics when making budget decisions for the agency?
We're constantly monitoring what are the essential services. We're constantly monitoring how to be good fiscal stewards. And we're also now taking the opportunity to look at services and see what we can re-envision. I think that using the data that we get from the survey that we've received to get the voice of the older adult will also help us look at how we re-envision services to meet the needs of this growing and changing population. The one thing I want to say is that when we look at aging services, I'm going off a script here a bit, but when we look at aging services, we have to look at 4 cohorts, right? There's not, aging is not one monolithic. You go from 60 to 102 if you're blessed. And so each one of those cohorts, I consider there 4 cohorts: the 60s, and then the 70s, and then the up to 75, and then there's going to be the 85 plus, and then those cohorts all require different needs. But what we will not change is a commitment to a community care plan.
So are there any specific budgetary decisions that have been made based on the metrics?
Not at this point, because this is a preliminary budget, and we're looking forward to looking at what we look forward to in the executive budget.
Okay, and then can you just share how you're working with OMB to address the increased demand for programs and services? Are there specific lines of funding or additions that we can expect to see in the executive plan for NYC Aging?
Sure. We are in regular communication with OMB around the myriad of unmet needs, particularly in those unmet needs that support a community care plan and caregiving.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just jump to a colleague or two, and then I'll come back to questioning, but starting with Councilmember Schulman.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for being here today. So there was a program a while back that helped seniors get to their doctor appointments. Mm-hmm. Is that still in effect? I know there was some issues with it at the time.
I'm not sure of what issues you're referencing, but it's the transportation program that we have.
Right.
And we funded that. We have 2 of them per borough, in addition to 1 citywide. And those programs are specifically for not portal-to-portal transportation. That's done by the OAC. Those transportation programs are for group transportation, medical appointments, church visits,
Right.
and whatever the older adult may need at that time.
At the time, seniors could make appointments to get transportation
Yes.
to their, okay. So is there any,
There was a confusion. Let me see
Go
if I
ahead.
can clarify for you. Last year, there was a confusion between that transportation program and then the portal-to-portal transportation program that is, as I said in the testimony, administered through the older
Right,
adult,
right.
older adult clubs. I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. So is there any plans to expand that? And the reason I'm asking too is because since then, congestion pricing has gone into effect. A lot of seniors are not, taking cars into their doctor's appointments, and particularly from the other boroughs into Manhattan and all of that. So that's a concern of mine. So anyway, if you can answer that a little for me, and then,
It is one of the many program decisions that we have to make because, given our commitment to community care, that has to be an essential part of it.
do you have and I know that you have home care, caregiver services, all of that. Do you have relationships with like New York City H&H and other medical providers to try and get folks medical care?
Yes, we work very closely. Both entities are part of the Aging Cabinet. And so we have a real good relationship, not only looking at how we can move forward in the future, but we're also looking at what are the impacts of these federal cuts and seeing how we can do some gap filling. The other thing that we have done is right now we're in conversations with DOHMH just around the measles incidence is not affecting older adults,
Okay.
but maybe we should do some education around awareness of vaccines, overall vaccines. And so that we're in constant communication with them and in work. I mean, they do all of our health falls prevention work. There's a lot of work that we do in concert with both. The other thing that we do, particularly with H&H, is we train a lot of their frontline staff on aging issues so that when an older adult goes into one of the hospital facilities or community facilities, those individuals are aware of what are some particular aging needs, but also the community services that they can refer an older adult to.
So I would ask, so DOHMH, I had a hearing last week about their preparations for public health emergencies, including like the flu, potential bird flu, all of that. So whatever public service campaign you come up with, I'd ask that you work with them as well, because we're trying to get information out there about vaccines. That was a big issue. And so we want to dispel that in the communities, and whatever we can help with that, I would like to do. And the last thing that I'd like to mention, which isn't...
You should be, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you. Just last week, the commission and I were exchanging
Okay.
Information and how we could work together, particularly around the issue around raising awareness and education around the importance of vaccines.
No, that's great. And then, this isn't particularly your budget, but I've brought this issue up to the chair as well as other folks around. So the MTA, their fare reduction program, and I know you sit as a member, as the commissioner at the MTA board, they don't have reduced fares for express buses, which in my part of Queens, a lot of older adults take, especially for their doctor's appointments. So I would ask if you can do something with that.
I don't serve on the MTA board.
Oh, I thought you did. I
did.
Okay.
And I was fortunate
Got
enough
it.
not to no longer serve on the MTA board.
Okay.
But I think
At any rate.
I think what we're asking, and one of the things that we're looking at, is to make sure that we have a stronger linkage with the MTA, so that we can talk about many transportation issues for older adults, including that it should no longer be called senior fare, but it should be, senior half fare, whatever they call it. But but there are a myriad of issues.
Okay, so I'm raising that one, and I raised it with the MTA, with the New York City Transit head. Last week I met with him, so if you could echo that, that would be helpful, especially for the seniors in my district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Schulman. I'm going to go to Councilmember Brooks Powers, who's on Zoom while we have quorum, and then I'll go to Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Brooks Powers?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
One moment, I'm just trying to get my technology together. Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony provided. I just had a few questions for you. The proposed $100 million reduction in the New York City aging budget threatens to eliminate a third of the older adult centers and critical services like congregate meals, case management, and naturally recurring retirement communities. What steps is the administration taking to prevent these vital programs from being lost? And how will the city ensure that older adults in communities like mine, where senior centers are heavily utilized, continue to have access to these critical services? I have a couple of follow-up questions, but I'll stop there to allow you to answer.
Thank you. The chair asked a very similar question, and the money that you're talking about is the fiscal cliff that had been anticipated. In conversations with the Office of Budget and Management, with the director directly, and myself, there's been a reassurance that there will be the service levels will be left at its current level.
And what data did the administration use to justify these cuts, particularly given New York City's older adult population growing in the rate that it is?
I believe that it was, I cannot answer that. That is better addressed by OMB, but I believe that it was part of a broader fiscal cliff conversation.
And in my district, which has, as I mentioned, a significant number of older adults and several active senior centers, what is the projected impact of these cuts? Are specific centers or programs at risk of closure or service reduction?
Given that at this time, we are not anticipating a change in service levels, there is no projection of that. Should that come to be, I will have discussions with the chair exactly as to what that impact is. All right?
So just to be clear, so is it that you don't foresee it just yet? Or like, because when OMB made these recommendations for the cuts, has like DFTA taken the steps to begin to kind of scope out what this means?
Yeah, we scoped out the impact a while back when we first anticipated this fiscal cliff. There have been conversations with OMB since then, and as we said, and I believe that the director also said at his testimony that the current service levels would not be impacted.
Okay, my last question, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So particularly in Council District 31, which includes, again, seniors who rely heavily on NORCs and case management services to age in place, what steps is the Department of Aging taking to ensure these services remain accessible in historically underserved communities like Southeast Queens? I'd like to know what exact steps your agency is taking.
Well, in Southeast Queens, we have taken steps to increase services. In fact, we provided an additional $3.6 million in services in Southeast Queens over the past 2 years, I believe. And And given that at this point, we are expecting service levels to continue as what they are, we do not have any specific impacts, because I think that would be alarming, although we have looked at what they may be.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And just one quick follow-up to that. Both OAC attendance and congregate meals saw an increase in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025. So I'm hoping you might be able to address that. I think you said you don't anticipate any increases. Both OAC
Had
attendance.
increase in participation.
You don't anticipate an increase in participation at.
I'm not understanding the question, then excuse me, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay, and I may not understand what it was I heard. Both OAC attendance and congregate meals saw an increase in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025. So I just want to address I don't believe there's going to be an increase in the funding. There's just going to be, at least there seems to maybe have been a commitment made by OMB to fill the $124 million gap, not necessarily to increase. But we've seen already an increase in attendance and congregate meals.
I believe that those are continued conversations. I'm confident that particularly OACs and meals are an important service and commitment by this city and this administration and the OMB director. And he said current levels, and it'll be what the current levels may be.
Okay. All right. I mean, when the current at what point in time, I suppose, is the better question, because what the numbers are today are not what they were,
I agree with
yesterday.
you, and I believe that those are continued conversations we will have with OMB in terms of if we see an uptick in home-delivered meals and congregate meals, how would we address that?
Right.
And I think it's a continued conversation.
Okay. Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Lee.
Good morning, Commissioner. I just have a few questions. Silver Star, other adjustments.
Councilmember, can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer? Thank you.
Okay. Can New York City of Aging confirm which agencies that inter-city transfer is associated with the star adjustment? Silver Star, I'm sorry, program.
Are you asking about the Silver Star program?
Yes.
Okay. Silver Star program is a program where former city employees who are retired can work up to earn $35,000 a year without an impact on their pension.
Just quickly, how often are you promoting that? Could you tell me where you're promoting this? I know it's the budget, because it seemed like whenever I go to senior centers, I tell the seniors about that program. So I was just concerned, do you have a separate budget for advertising straight to the seniors?
No.
Not at all.
No, we have.
So have you ever requested a budget for advertisement and marketing?
We're always in conversation with OMB around.
So how can we help you to make sure we get, because some seniors are eligible. I'm getting them working out here for me now. So how can we really get them to know about this program? 35,000, a lot of them are eligible to make that extra funding.
You have to be a city retiree. We have a very robust workforce program run by
well of it.
a very good individual, and she does the maximum outreach possible. And we also work with other city agencies to get them to work with us in terms of what the retirement pool is. But that is a limited program. It's not an open-ended program.
Okay, then. Citywide NORCS initiatives is budgeted at $5.2 million for 2025. Has any of the NORC programs recently closed?
No,
No?
no.
Do you see anything in the budget that can possibly have any of these programs closed?
I know I don't want to be a broken record here, but the conversation has been that there will be no, current service levels will not be impacted.
At all?
Right.
I'm sorry, I heard that. I just want to make sure with this budget going forward. How does New York City Agent plan to address the staffing retention issues with nurses?
This
In the
in NORCS?
Yes.
That is, I don't know that there is an issue. If not, I'm not aware of a major issue with the retention of nurses. But if that were an issue, if there is an issue, it is dealt with by the provider of that NORC. But I have not heard that we have a wholesale retention issues with the nurses at the NORCs.
At all? You haven't heard of any? So
I've
where
not.
about the staffing?
I think staffing is a critical issue for all human service. We have a paucity of people. And its retention as well as recruitment has been an issue for the overall human service network.
And that brings me to a question. How are the centers hiring people? What kind of criteria should they have dealing with our young adults, senior adults?
So in our program standards, we have some guidelines in terms of salary scale. We also have guidelines in terms of responsibility and educational levels for our various positions in the in each one of our programs, whether it's a case manager or whether it's in the OAC. And that is done through the nonprofit agency. But there are guidelines that we provide for each one of those.
Is there any databases? I just have just this one, because I think we need a separate entity to start checking on who are working in these senior centers. How often are they giving our seniors exercise? Have you ever thought about putting that in the budget?
Council member, each one of our programs gets monitored on a regular basis.
Do you have a database on that?
Sure we do.
Can you please forward it? Because I go into some of them and they are not doing anything. And that's shame on us. Only way to keep our seniors active is to keep them moving. So if I could go into some senior centers and nothing is going on for a while, we dropping the ball. So I hope you could send me that information.
Yeah, I would ask of you to let us know what senior centers in particular.
I've been visiting a lot of them.
Okay, so just tell us where you find that the activities
So
are
now I'm
not up
telling
to
on
standard.
people, but I'm willing because it's a mandate. They have worked and saved us, really, built this city, and now in their golden days, they just withering away, and I can't handle that anymore. So please, I will give you some of them, and then from there, if I see any changing, then I can let you know the egregious ones, because if we don't do something now, we could lose a lot of our adults.
I totally respect your point of view, and I look forward to hearing from you. But I want to go on the record is that we have a lot of confidence in the service providers and the quality of service that they provide, because I have a lot of confidence in the monitoring and oversight of our program officers on those services.
Okay, do you still need any funding for marketing? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I will always work in partnership with the council to support the needs of older adults in the city of New York.
And you will put a request in regards for marketing and advertising for all the programs directly?
We're in constant communication with OMB about all of our needs, and public education and awareness is one of those.
Okay. I still didn't kind of get my question answered. Will you have a separate budget just for marketing?
We have each program that we support, each OAC that we fund, has money for outreach and education. You were asking specifically about the employment and workforce program.
That and the marketing, it's both.
Okay. We have it in our OACs, we have outreach.
Just in the CBOs, not in Department of Aging, yeah.
We do have a marketing budget.
That's-
Are you asking? Yes, we do have a marketing budget.
Okay.
Thank
How
you.
much is it?
I will have to get back to you on that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to move on. We can
It's
come,
still,
we can,
I can't understand this. If she has a marketing budget, I asked how much it was, and do
I
you
don't
need
have
more?
that right in front of me, but I'd be more than happy to supply that to you.
Okay then, thank you.
and I can come back to you if you have additional questions. I just want to move on to Councilmember Lee. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So a few follow-up questions. I know that folks have already asked about the fiscal cliff OMB follow-up questions. I want to drill down a little bit more because
Sure.
I know that you're saying that OMB is saying that there will not be service reductions, but are they committed to restoring the funding? Because if I recall, the same thing happened last year and that funding hasn't been restored. So my worry and concern is that as we continue to not replace the funding from previous years, essentially the budget does decrease. And as a former provider of DIFTA services, I know that it is extremely difficult because we're already working on shoestring budgets. And just as an example for the cost of food, congregate meals, homebound meals, the other day I went around the corner to the deli and the woman at the counter was like, "Oh, you got a hard-boiled egg. I got to charge you an extra $1.25 for that." And she actually separately charged me an extra $1.25 for the extra egg that I got. So I just worry, and my concerns are with the cost of inflation, food increases, all of these things. How are we saying that we're the service provider? The service is not going to be reduced. So that basically, essentially, to me, the way I interpret that is that more will fall on the actual providers to come up with that money or to skimp, which we don't want to see for our seniors. So I just wanted to drill down on that a little bit more.
I would have to say that there is a corresponding relationship between service levels and dollar amounts. And I think in the conversation, I think that's an understood. You know, that is understood. We've been able to keep pace, well, not keep pace, but we've been able to increase food costs, the food line for home delivered meals. It's a conversation that we're in with OMB around OACs right now. And also fuel costs.
Yes, the fuel costs have gone up. Yeah, so if you could follow up to see if the OMB commitment will be there to restore that funding, because I know that they said that they would last year, and I don't think that ever happened. So I would love to see that funding being restored. But I also...
Councilwoman, I don't believe that we had a reduction last year.
Yeah.
Oh, the surplus, okay,
Yeah.
all right, got it.
So, so I just want to make sure that that there's some sort of commitment there. And I know that I'm happy to see that the homebound delivery meal price reimbursement went up from $11.78 to $13.78, which is great. Is the $13.78 also the same price that the subcontractors will be getting, if there are still subcontractors, or?
No, that's a negotiated rate between the provider and the subcontractor.
Okay. Is there a way to
We're
oversee?
trying to get more contractors to
Versus the
subcontract with the
subs.
commissary kitchens so that could stay within the network and we could manage costs that way also. Remember
Okay.
the commissary kitchens.
Okay. And forgive me, because I know that we had this whole thing where we were trying to push the 7-day meals for homebound delivery meals. And so, given the current budget status, I don't know, is that included, or what's the status of that? If you could give us an update, and also, just where things are at with that.
Right now, the meals beyond the 5 per week are done through a private-public partnership.
Right.
Of which the city contributes to that public-private partnership. And that public-private partnership, the in-kind support to that public-private partnership is considerable because it builds on the network. But there's been no review or analysis of what it would cost to provide those meals 7 days through the city.
Okay, so there's no number that we have.
We don't have a number at this point. No.
Okay. Let me have I'll have a follow-up with you about
But-
that afterwards, but,
You can
Yeah.
devise that number. Yeah.
okay.
We can provide that number to you.
Okay,
Should that be
perfect.
done.
And then for transportation, I'm glad to see that there is this RFP that's out, because I still remember when council members like Paul Vallone and Barry had to take money from their own discretionary pots and actually provide that service for seniors in their neighborhoods. So I'm glad to see that you have this transportation RFP. 5.5 million is a drop in the bucket, if you ask me, because we all know how much it costs to provide those rides. And so for the OACs that, in the last part of that paragraph, I think that you were saying every OAC had the opportunity to include transportation dollars as part of their response to the RFP, and ultimately 108 chose to include community transportation services. But is that in addition to, or is that inclusive of the current budget that they already have?
It's inclusive of their budget.
Inclusive, okay, so that means that they're
Because if
probably,
they saw it as an essential service for their area, then they would include it in their budget.
okay. And then let me move on really quickly, just one more question.
Okay.
As a follow-up with the NORCs that Councilmember Mealy had mentioned, because I know that the nurses at NORCs used to be provided for free, and I believe the council has been picking that cost up since 2019.
Yes, you have.
So
Thank you.
I just wanted to know if there is any sort of room in the budget in the future for the city agencies and for the mayor's office to pick that back up.
I think that's a discussion item. But currently, it's been provided for the last 5 years through the council.
Right. I think we've been doing that mostly because we see it as a gap that we're trying to fill, but I personally think that this is a cost that the administration should pick up, so if we could advocate together to put that back in the budget, I think that'd be great too.
Thank you. I hear
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, despite the large number of facilities that make up NYC Aging's older adult provider network, NYC Aging's capital plan remains the smallest of all city agencies, totaling just $78.4 million for fiscals 2025 to 2029. The size of the preliminary commitment plan is nearly the same as it was in the adopted commitment plan. Two of the largest capital projects in the plan are the $19 million for the renovation of older adult centers and $28.3 million for the relocation of NYC Aging's headquarters. How many older adult centers will receive renovations with the $19 million in capital funding?
You want to take that one on?
Sure, 13.
13.
And the biggest one being the Carter Burton.
Being where?
Carter Burton.
Which is Sandy Hook.
Okay, sorry, Garterburg?
Carterburg.
Carter
Oh,
Burton.
Carter.
Harlem.
Okay,
East
thank you.
Harlem.
No, that's okay. Has NYC Aging determined which locations, and if not, what will the process be to determine this? So it sounds like you have a list of the actual locations.
Yeah, we have, we've done, based on a conversation we had, and I don't remember what hearing it was, we've come up with a plan to look at what was necessary to improve kitchens. And we've been addressing that through a variety of ways, but one of our priorities is to bring our kitchens up to par. The other one is HVACs,
Okay,
because
so
they are cooling centers.
do you know how much is allocated per location? It sounds like the amounts will vary,
Location?
right?
Do you have that?
Based on needs?
Yeah, we have a list here, right? We can send it to you.
Okay, great, that would be wonderful. And then you just started talking a little bit about this, but what capital improvements will be eligible under the funding? So kitchens, HVACs?
Kitchens, HVACs, which includes boilers, which break the bank. And I want to be real clear that we do this in city-owned properties as well as city-managed properties. We are not doing major renovations like that in privately held properties for a variety of reasons. It's a landlord's responsibility. We will do kitchen improvements, but it's ADA compliance, which we're in compliance now, but there might be some new things. And it's basically bringing kitchens up to standard and some to make them state-of-the-art where possible.
Okay, and then can you just tell me the definition of a city-managed property? You mentioned you're only doing this in city-owned and city-managed properties, not in privately, but a city-managed property could be a privately owned property, I assume,
Direct
maybe with a
lease, right.
contract?
Yeah.
It's a direct lease
direct
kind of
lease.
thing.
Mhm.
Direct lease?
Yeah.
Okay. We know there's been a pause in NYC Aging's headquarter relocation. When does NYC Aging expect the project to be resumed and completed?
We hope soon. We hope very soon. We've been attempting to move for 5 years, and we hope that this could move forward as quickly as possible. And I understand that it is in the final stages of making a decision.
Okay. Do you plan to advocate for increased funding for your capital plan? And if so, how much additional funding is needed to adequately address the agency's capital needs?
You know, capital is not directly operated by us. We may get the funding, but we have to rely on other city agencies to complete the projects, right? And so that does not give us as much control over the timing of that. What has worked and what we have found to be helpful has been what Brooklyn Borough President did, which Brooklyn Borough President allocated $7 million specifically for the improvements in renovation at older adult clubs, and mostly older adult clubs and Norks. And what we've done is make an appeal to other borough presidents to follow suit. My understanding, we're having a conversation soon with Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine, and we hope that this also could become a pattern where we can make a major investment in capital that will be managed and controlled with the Department for the Aging.
Okay. So let me just ask you, and you can give me maybe a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Do you plan to advocate for increased funding for your capital plan?
I always advocate with OMB for all funding.
Okay. You get better and better at this each hearing. I've got to get better myself, I guess, for getting directly to the answers. Many older adult service providers are smaller organizations that find it very difficult to access capital funding. Has DFTA explored using expense funding to address smaller infrastructure needs at providers?
We usually do that, right. We usually do that through budget modifications and where things can be repaired and through self-funding. And that's a way that we normally do that.
Through self-funding?
Mm-hmm. Because if a program underspends, you do a budget modification and you repurpose the dollars.
What about centers that are not eligible for capital funds due to a lack of site control? Reasons could include bond language that would prevent them from getting capital funds.
Are you talking about private landlords? Is that what you mean by no site control?
Yes.
If it's a major construction or redevelopment, we normally would not engage unless it's an emergency or presents a safety issue. We depend on the landlord to take care of their property.
Okay, thank you. With the expiration of federal pandemic relief funding and the uncertainty as to whether city funds will be allocated to make up for the expired funds, many providers have expressed great concern about the next OAC RFP and how it may be shaped by the anticipated decrease in funding. OAC contracts were set to expire on December 31st, 2024. We know NYC Aging extended these contracts and push out the release of a new RFP. How long were the contracts extended for? Were all contract terms kept the same when contracts were extended? And if not, what were the changes?
They expire on June 26th, and an RFP will be released in anticipation of that.
So all of the contract terms were kept the same, right? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. When does NYC Aging plan to release the next RFP? How far in advance of that June 26th date?
Usually 6 months in advance.
6 months in advance of June was January.
Some probably January.
But you're talking about, they were extended through June of this year, 2025?
26.
No, 26.
Oh, 26, I'm sorry.
26.
Thank you, okay.
It just made me panic. Like, what?
I know, because I was like, we're in March, so, okay. What impact will the decline in budgeted funding have on the parameters or scope of services in the next RFP?
Say that again, please.
What impact will the decline in budgeted funding have on the parameters or scope of services in the next RFP? I guess I'll rephrase it to say, assuming the commitment comes through, that's going to be the same budget in FY26 as you have in FY25. Given the increased population that we know about, increased need in services, how will that budgeted funding what impact will the budgeted funding have on the parameters or scope of services in the next RFP? Of services in the next RFP. Of services in the next RFP.
Question.
Yeah.
But it's when we issue an RFP, we have a finite amount of dollars, and we look at what is it that we would like to see as deliverables against that. So either individual contracts will have to be impacted, or the number of contracts would have to be impacted. I mean, that's the process that we would use in making the determination of what that dollar amount could fund.
So, I mean, this is where I would, just reiterate, and I know I'm in many ways speaking to the choir here, but perhaps for OMB, given all of the changes that we know are happening, given the potential reduction in federal funding, the increase in the older adult population, the increase in needs and services, I don't see how it makes any sense, morally, fiscally, any other way, to keep the same dollars for those increased needs in the next fiscal year and for the next RFP. We can't keep trying to do more with less. So, just stating that for the record. Are there any changes to OAC services or contracts that NYC Aging is planning to make in the new RFP?
Nothing. We are nothing major that we can think of, but we will use the data and the information from the from the survey that came out. What are older adults looking for, and those will probably be dimensions to that.
And then,
We also are looking at the results of the pop-up kitchens that we've tested for this last year, taking all of that into consideration, and those will probably influence the way we design food provision and alternatives, of food provision in the RFP. So all of that data that we're collecting now, that will inform us as to what will people respond to, what are people looking for, and will impact the RFP.
okay, I'm gonna come back to that in a second, but since you mentioned the service needs assessment, I did want to just confirm one aspect. You said you received 8,600 responses from older adults and caregivers with special attention paid in our outreach to those who are not known to any of our programs, and then you said more than 40% of respondents indicated they don't attend an OAC. That 40% is the number of the 8,600 that are not already engaged in the network, right? Okay.
And then it's why not? And
Right.
what would you like?
Right. And I would also make the argument that if you were to engage that 40%, then we need more money to serve them. Would you agree?
I would agree that the demand would probably outpace the resources.
You would agree that the demand would outpace the resources. So what do we need to do to get OMB to understand that we need to sort of, demand needs to match the resources, or resources needs to match the demand?
You know, it is a conversation we're constantly having with OMB, not only around OACs, but around some of the other growing needs around caregiving. And I trust that they are listening to us in earnest and will be responsive to some of those issues that we raise with them.
Okay, you've got more trust in them than I do, I will admit. If funding is not increased in fiscal 2026 and the out years, how many centers does NYC Aging estimate will be left out of the RFP? And what percentage of services would need to be reduced?
I want to make sure that I'm answering the question for
Yeah.
you. If the fiscal cliff is not addressed,
No.
okay.
Well, this says specifically if funding is not increased. So if the fiscal cliff is addressed, then funding remains the same.
Right.
So if funding is not increased beyond that, beyond filling that gap,
Okay.
how many centers does NYC Aging estimate will be left out of the RFP, and what percentage of services would need to be reduced?
We don't anticipate any. We don't anticipate any. We would do the exercise that I described before, is look at the dollar amounts and look at the impact. I'm not look at the impact. I'm not anticipating a closure of older adult clubs if the funding cliff gets addressed.
Okay. Let me go to Councilmember Mealy for a follow-up question.
So if you anticipate no closures with this RFP, do you anticipate opening up any new centers?
Unless we have the resources to match additional centers, that would not be possible.
So the Mount Ararat in my district, I'm waiting for RFP to come out. I'm funding it right now. So you're saying it's not on your list? Or what do they have to do to get a RFP to make sure they on this list? Because the city, we should not be paying for Department of Aging, should. But I'm just waiting for the RFP.
Sure. When we issue an RFP, people apply for that RFP, and the candidates that come up with the strongest proposals will be, awarded an RFP. We don't have a set I don't even want to use that word. We don't have a set number. We have a set number of older adult clubs that we would fund, but I can't tell you if every existing program would, if new entrants come in and they have stronger proposals.
But you do fund some centers, Department of Aging.
Oh yeah, we
Itself.
We fund 180 older adult clubs, a total of 308 sites.
So how can this club get on your budget instead of mine?
When the RFP is released in July, in 2026, that particular center could apply to become one site.
Chair, could you please follow
We
up?
can,
'Cause
Yeah, we can continue the conversations that I know we've been having.
Because they keep being pushed back, and they need to have a center. I just felt it was robbery that a housing unit, 420, all seniors do not have a senior center. So I put my budget in there just to make sure, and it keeps saying the RFP is coming out, so now you're sure the RFP is in 2026? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The preliminary plan did not include the restoration of any pegs made to NYC Aging, leaving in effect several cuts that were made to NYC Aging's budget, including $2.2 million in fiscal 2026 and $15.7 million in fiscal 2027 and the out years for older adult centers. Older adult centers are a vital resource and lifeline for many of our city's older residents, and we're concerned about the impact of a funding reduction on these programs, especially given that the aging population is rising. The city's population of older adults, which currently represents 20% of our entire population, will only grow as the baby boomer generation ages. The 2021 CUNY Graduate Center study reports that the population of adults ages 65 and older is expected to increase by 40% by 2040. How will older adult center capacity be impacted by these pegs, especially in light of the loss of the previously discussed federal funds?
It did? I'll say it.
So as the commissioner mentioned, OMB, basically our conversations with OMB was to keep us whole for 25 to 26, which includes restoring all pegs.
And are you advocating for the restoration of these pegs in the executive plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the yes answer that I was looking for. During last year's preliminary budget hearing, NYC Aging testified on various new needs requests that were made to OMB. This included new needs requests for case management and home care, which have still not been added to the budget. Can NYC Aging provide the committee with any funding requests made to OMB and the mayor this fiscal year?
Yeah, I know. We submitted a package of unmet needs to OMB, and we're in conversations with them about that package.
Okay. Are you able to share any of the details of that package, either now or as follow-up?
I can follow up with you, but it centers around caregiving and a community care plan.
Thank you. How are new need requests determined, and how are metrics taken into account when making those requests? So how did you land on caregiving and the community care plan?
It's just a recognition that the caregiving area is growing, and the number of older adults needing care is growing, and the number of community care plan resources to support that are also growing. And so we base it on by geographic, by need, by demographics.
Okay. I'm going to move on to food reimbursement rates and funding. Wait 1 second here. In our fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to add and baseline $12.7 million for the home delivered meals program to bring the per meal reimbursement rate up to $15.31 from $12.78. At adoption last June, $4.8 million was added and baselined starting in fiscal 2025 to increase reimbursement rates for home delivered meals to $13.78 a meal, partially addressing the council's proposal. The PMMR indicates that home-delivered meal providers served 1.4 million meals to 19,014 homebound older adults in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025. This is 6.1% fewer meals and 8.5% fewer clients when compared to the same period in fiscal 2024. Is NYC Aging considering a further increase to meal reimbursement rates this budget cycle, and if so, to To by how much and for what period? By how much and for what period?
You want to say that? At this point, we have not submitted additional funding for the per meal costs of home-delivered meals. Although we are in conversation with OMB about older adult club meals, that cost per meal has not gone up.
Okay. How has the rollout of the new reimbursement rate been, and has NYC Aging received feedback from providers? If so, what type of feedback?
So we're talking about, it's still $13.78, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So what we normally do is we do an assessment within every quarter to determine costs. We have not done that yet, so we're planning to do so.
Okay. And what, you said okay. Why have we seen a decrease in the number of meals and clients served in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025? Does NYC Aging believe further investment in the home-delivered meals program would address the decline in meals served by the program and staffing deficits at providers?
You know, when it's not seasonal, because that's always seasonal. A decrease in home-delivered meals.
No, the decrease in first quarter.
In the first quarter. Okay. Much. I'm sorry, I had a brain fog.
Okay.
This goes back to an issue, thank you for that, Ryan. This goes back to an issue that we raised with you previously, where the state imposed on us that we could not deliver home-delivered meals to people who were on Medicaid.
Right.
We disagreed with them, but we had a period in which we could not serve people. When we saw the number increasing to about 3,000, we went back to the state and we said, this happened last time, we had a grandfather in 80,000, this practice cannot continue, there is no way of indicating if all of these people who are Medicaid eligible are getting a meal. So we restored, we're in the process of restoring those, but that is where you see that decrease.
That decline. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Does NYC... Okay, so are you advocating for increased funding, or you're staying or not because you think you're going to get those numbers back up?
We believe
where
that
they
we
were.
can get those numbers back up.
Where
That
they
we
were.
can get those numbers back up.
Okay. How many meals is in?
And also, we're no longer taking people. We've never, anyone who came to NYC Aging who wanted a home-delivered meals, that was one of the things we did. That was, even though with the partial assessment, you still got a meal. That was not the case when the state imposed this.
Right.
That has changed, and we got some guidance from them that they're not disputing our findings.
Okay, that's good news. How many meals has NYC Aging reimbursed so far in fiscal 2025?
So the number I'm quoting, it's strictly for the HDM. It's 2.1 million.
2.1 million.
Yeah, we're having a little, we'll get back to you on the OEC. Due to a conversion of the new system, we've been having difficulty
Between the
tracking.
glitch between passport and.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so the OEC numbers is a little difficult because it's actually, we're doing everything manually, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's easier to do 15 contracts instead of 116 contracts.
Okay.
So we'll get back to you on the OEC ones.
And then how many meals are pending reimbursement?
Right now, 0, because actually we just got new invoices in, so they're under review.
And just for the record, we reimburse within 7 to 10 days.
I know you're one of the best
Yeah,
agencies.
If they don't, if the invoice is a good invoice, if there's no data missing, yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you for Jose.
Okay, federal funding. On January 27th, the Trump administration released a memo halting all agency grant, loan, and financial assistance programs that are federally funded. The White House Office of Management and Budget detailed that various federal programs were subject to this pause but later rescinded the order. Federal funds make up 18% of NYC Aging's budget in fiscal 2026, an increase from 17% in fiscal 2025. What are NYC Aging's primary federal funding sources, and what programs and services do they each support?
So our primary funding sources are through the Older American Act. Is titled 3C1, 3C2, 3B, and then we also have AmeriCorps. Is there anything I left out, Jose? 3D. And 3D. What does 3D do?
Okay.
Oh, caregiver, 3D.
Caregiving is 3D? So can you share the programs and services that those support?
Okay, so
3C1, 3C2.
C1, C2 is our meals, right? 3B are case management, transportation, and now 3D is just defined as caregiving.
Thank you.
In addition to that, we have AmeriCorps
AmeriCorps.
funding for our workforce program.
And has NYC Aging assessed how it would be impacted and what it would do if there was a federal funding freeze or reduction?
Well, the AmeriCorps grant is a 3-year grant, and it's at the end of its grant, so we anticipate, as much as you can anticipate, anything coming in the federal direction now, we'll be able to complete that grant.
You'll
That's
be,
AmeriCorps,
yeah, you said that you'll be able to complete that.
right, because it was a 3-year
But do you
grant.
anticipate it being renewed?
I'm not clear on what the federal government's role is with AmeriCorps, that we have not heard anything yet.
Okay, but based on announcements and actions from the federal government, what, are you making plans to?
Yeah, we're meeting with the equivalent of our program officer at the regional level. We have not heard about any renewal opportunities or grant applications for AmeriCorps at this time, right? We still have 7 months or whatever to go on that program. Yeah.
Okay. If
but-
you're, go ahead.
But in the Older Americans Act, we have not heard of any pending cuts in that either.
Okay. Whether you've heard about pending cuts or not, are you making plans to prepare for potential federal cuts?
The answer is no at this time. It would be devastating to our home-delivered meals program and our congregate meals program.
I would respectfully suggest that you start making plans to think about what will happen and what you'll do.
We lost the 17% from the federal government.
Yeah, yeah. I think we just said it's 18% for FY26, yeah, up from 17% in FY25.
I mean, Jose and Ryan have been looking at that. I anticipate that we will, unless we hear something, we have not, I don't want to make.
Listen, this stuff happens with little to no notice, and so, I just,
I hear you.
I don't know that we're going to be warned, you know what I mean? It's just going to
Yeah.
happen, and if we're not actually prepared, and I think these are conversations that we should be having with OMB as well. I know OMB is thinking about it in a very broad and holistic
Yeah.
manner in terms of the impact on the city as a whole. But again, I will continue to make the same argument over and over and over, which is that the older adult population is growing. That's not going to change. And the budget that we have already is insufficient for the older adult population that exists here in New York City. And if we can anticipate any type of reduction in funding, there's going to be a problem. And so I think OMB needs to prioritize your agency specifically in its thinking about how to address some of these federal gaps, potential federal gaps in funding.
Yeah, we have been focusing on the state gap. But I know that Jose's been on this potential federal,
Okay.
not me.
All right. Well, I have more hope in Jose than I do in
And you
some
should.
others. So
You should,
if Jose is on it, then,
Jose's on it, and I am not on it because I can't.
because Jose is on it. You don't have to be on it as long as Jose is on it, so that's fine. As long as somebody's on it, okay?
I don't mean to be flip. Jose and Ryan have been looking at this very closely.
Yeah.
And I am just putting my emphasis on other things.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that as OMB is taking into consideration what funding we might lose from the federal government, that at the top of their list is NYC Aging. Because I just think that the impacts are going to be detrimental to this agency in particular, with others as well, but certainly more so than some others. Okay, moving back to, hold on one second. All right, moving back to capital requests. Much of NYC Aging's provider network's infrastructure is dated, and many older adult centers and naturally occurring retirement communities are co-located with large capital needs. How many repair requests has NYC Aging received so far in fiscal 2025? What kinds of repairs, and how many were received in fiscal 2024?
In 18 requests have were for this year, and they've already will start. And for 2024, and then for 2025, we have 18 capital requests in for 2025.
So, sorry, 18 for both 24 and 25?
I asked
The
the same
same-
thing. It
same
happens
request.
to be the same number.
Okay, and what are those repairs for?
Kitchens, bathrooms, HVACs, and, those are the things that we prioritize. There was a few for roofs, but we prioritize these because we're also 50% of the city's cooling centers.
Yes, and sorry, you said some were for what? Did you?
Roof.
Oh, roofs. Roof repairs. Okay. And you said 50% of the city's cooling centers are at OACs?
Yes, yes.
And
on
so
weekends, the number may go higher.
the number
We're
may go higher?
50% of the city's cooling centers.
Yeah. And of those locations, are all of those things, the HVACs, kitchens, bathrooms, all up to date?
That is what the goal always is to get those at,
Was to prioritize those? Okay. And of those 18, how many have been fulfilled to date this fiscal year? And how many were fulfilled last
Haven't
fiscal
started
year?
yet. They should be starting now.
So 0 for 24 and 0 for 25
No,
have been
for
completed.
25, they haven't started yet. They'll be starting.
24.
For 24, it's
But 24 is the same. If 18
So
and
18
25 and 18 and 24,
Yeah,
then
18
0
were
have been.
complete. So 18 were completed. For 25, they haven't started yet. For 24.
Hold on, I just want to make sure I'm following. You said there were 18 repair requests in fiscal '24. Those have been completed, and then there's a new 18 in '25.
Correct.
Okay, 0 have been
Yeah,
completed.
they'll be starting
Copy.
soon, very soon.
Okay, thank you. So do you just prioritize based on the cooling centers?
No.
Okay, how else do you identify priorities and requests from the provider network?
No, it's not. The cooling centers, we focus on HVACs and the heating systems. But no, the priority is a facility, safety, and also kitchen to make sure that we're up to code, and also really improving our kitchens, trying to make most of our kitchens state of the art.
Yeah, that's great. And kitchen repairs have long been a concern across the provider network. How many requests did NYC Aging receive in fiscal '24 and thus far in fiscal '25 for kitchens at OAC? So of those 18 and 24 and 18 now, how many were for kitchens specifically?
So we'll get back to you. I have a list here, but it includes everything.
Okay. Okay, boom conference, new need. The preliminary plan includes an $41,830 in city funding in fiscal 2025 only for costs associated with NYC Aging's annual boom conference. What is this funding for?
So this is basically the fees that participants paid for, so it basically covered the rental of the site and any expenses associated with the conference.
You said attendees pay
Right.
the fee?
So, yeah, they paid a fee, depending on it was a sliding scale. First come, first served, get a discount, and the rest basically was another fee.
The cost for the conference, the largest cost is the rental of the facility.
And you're saying the fees did not cover that cost, and so this is to supplement that need?
So no, actually, that's the cash that came in for those fees that we put in the budget to pay.
The $41,830?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just moving,
So it's revenue coming in,
money's-
the budget to actually make a payment.
sorry?
It's revenue coming in.
Right.
Put it in the budget to make a payment.
Copy. Okay, thank you. What was the full cost of the Boom Conference?
60,000.
Okay, so then my next question is already answered, which is how much of the conference's cost was covered by fees collected from attendees? Do you have a percentage? What is that, like 80% or something? Roughly?
Roughly, yeah. I can do the math right now.
You're the math guy, so.
Yeah, but hey, that's what the commissioner told me the other day. So I'm good with spreadsheets. It doesn't go into my head. So,
Well, I'm looking at the numbers. You're
60
saying
from 40.
60%?
40 from 60.
yeah.
You tell me, I don't. She's saying 60%.
60. 60 from 40?
No.
No.
40,
60,000 was the total
40
cost, and
Let me just-
41,000 was
about
revenue
66%.
generated.
66%, right?
correct.
Okay, I was
It's
gonna get
close.
my calculator
Yeah,
out.
calculator was close.
I was eyeballing it, but my eyeballs aren't that great, I guess. Okay, 66%. What are key lessons learned and takeaways from the conference?
Oh, there were many. One of the key takeaways is the value and the importance of bringing new thought leaders and exposing the network to new thought the exchange of ideas of what aging services can be and what the future is what's ahead of us, and preparing us for that. The value and the perspectives on the benefits of community care versus, we say that, but when you start seeing it in practice and you start seeing other cities benefiting from it, you start really looking at it as almost as if it was one of those mandates that we should be doing rather than, institutional care and medical care when needed, rather than the preferred choice, which is what the whole system has been based around currently. But I also think that the best practices of other cities, we've learned so much from other cities. Like there's one city, and I believe it's Kansas, that has a 1% of the sales tax goes towards aging services. And so you learn so many some best practices. You think that New York is, the head. Well, we are leading in a lot of things. We're leading in an age-inclusive model. But in terms of some practices, the way some cities are using Habitat for Humanity as a partner. It's just the ability to start having people exchange ideas in an opportunity with other thought leaders is invaluable. And every other industries has conferences. And we thought that New York and New York's network deserved that same opportunity.
Yeah, I agree, and I was there for part of it, so I saw that in real time. And I would just say that, in some other places, it's easier to stand up programs and initiatives like that, so.
Because of scale.
Yeah,
everything
that's what
that
I'm
we
saying.
do in New York, you've got to do it hundreds of thousands.
Exactly.
You could do it in a rural county for 70 people.
Right. But I'm glad to hear all those takeaways. Okay, I'm going to go back to federal money for a second here. The preliminary plan includes $611,588 in federal funding in fiscal 2025 only. The federal revenue is allocated towards two programs, $345,393 for the New York Connects program, and the remaining $166,195 for the foster grandparent program. What are the federal sources for these funds? Do they fall under any of those previously mentioned categories?
Yeah,
Yes.
Which ones?
the Older
Americans Act. Okay, thanks.
The New York Connect is a separate grant in itself,
Okay,
and the foster grandparent program is part of the AmeriCorps.
okay, AmeriCorps. And what's the current budget for NYC Connects and the foster grandparent?
New York Connect, off the top of my head, I can give you the exact numbers, but off the top of my head, New York Connect is roughly about 3.7 million, and foster grandparent program is roughly about 3 million.
And what's the scope of each of these programs?
Foster grandparent program is, foster grandparent program is a long-standing program where we train older adult volunteers to work with young children who are institutionalized, and they serve as a grandparent for them. And it's been a successful program, and it is a heartwarming program. And it alters the life of the older adult, and it alters the life of the young person.
Absolutely.
And then New York Connect supports our volunteer efforts as well as our Aging Connect hotline that you're all familiar with.
And then does either program have a specific budgeted number of slots?
Foster Grandparents has a number of slots. Aging Connect is an entire network that we have.
What's the network for the foster grandparent program?
We have it. They tell me we have it here. Let me just get it.
Okay.
I'll get back to you on that number.
Okay, and then does either program have a waiting list for new services or clients?
For foster grandparents,
Yeah.
there is always a waiting list, and it depends on whether we find a site for them.
Okay. Okay. And did you share earlier, when Councilmember Mealy was asking about the Silver Stars program, how many older adults are currently part of this program?
No, I didn't give you a number on the,
So currently, there are 144 participants. So the Silver Star program is made up of two components. One is former city employees and one is non-city employees. The majority of it is actually, at this point in time, non-city employees. It's more of a temp
The
program.
majority is non-city employees.
Correct.
Okay, and then how does that compare to historical levels?
It's always
more?
been, so, I mean, under this, it's historically, it has always been non-city employees. So now, this year, the new contract that came out was, the idea was to basically have non-city and city employees under one contract.
And then does the 144 number, is that more or less than you've had in the past historically?
It's about the same.
The same.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, the preliminary plan includes 328 budgeted positions in your agency for fiscal 2025, dropping to 324 positions in fiscal 2026 and in the out years. As of January 2025, 307 positions were filled at NYC Aging, leaving 21 vacancies. What positions are currently vacant, and which programs and areas are the positions in?
I have that here. Thank you. So, we have 28 vacancies.
You have 28 vacancies?
We have 28 vacancies.
Okay.
8 are under review. What's the question? The kind of positions?
Yeah.
Oh, it
Kind of-
it runs the gamut across the agency.
Can you give me like the sort of programs or areas or divisions?
Most of them are in Jose's shop. And there's some that are, most of them are in the balance of them are in the program service areas, mental health, program officers under, for the Bureau of Community Programs. So they all have titles like community associate, what's the highest title there? Community associate, program associate, that's the category.
All right. Jose, are you hiring actively?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does the agency have adequate headcount to effectively operate all the programs and initiatives?
Say that again.
Do you have adequate headcount to effectively operate all the programs and initiatives? Sorry.
It is a conversation that we have with OMB on a regular basis because of the number of program officers assigned per program. So we're in conversations with OMB about that.
Okay. Sorry. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like a no.
It's a conversation that we have with.
You're having a lot of conversations.
Yes, we do. It's a regular booming relationship.
Okay. How are you actively working to fill these vacancies? It's perhaps a better question.
We talked to them about the ratio of program officer to program in terms of monitoring. We use other agencies as a model, and those are the, we look at other agency ratios that do comparable work. Those are the levels of conversation that we have. We also have conversations with them on the vacancy rate, and the impact of the 2-per-1 allocation, that we have with the city. So for us, when you are an agency this small, it would take us 36 vacancies to fill X number of positions, it's like the 2-for-1. So those are the kind of conversations that we're constantly having.
Okay. The recently released PMMR indicated there was a decrease in the number of clients served, but an increase in the number of case management hours provided. Case management served 24,007 older city residents in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025, with a total of 437,000 case hours. This is a 4% decrease in the number of clients served and a 2.9% increase in the number of hours compared to the same period in fiscal 2024. These variances are attributed to a variety of reasons, such as staffing deficits, provider transitions, and state MLTC guidelines. And these services are vital to older adults, assisting them in getting connected to needed services and resources. What is the current budget for case management for fiscal 2025, for fiscal 2026, and the out years?
For 2026, it'll be $46 million. One of the reasons that we've noticed is the number of clients, the number of hours are not reduced. As a matter of fact, the number of hours are increased because the complexity of the cases require more case hours than we have had in the past. And we've seen that trend started post-COVID.
Okay. So then one might conclude you need more resources for more intensified, let's say, case management services. Maybe those case managers need to have their caseloads reduced. If we add more case managers and the cases are becoming more intense or more, have higher demand.
The ratio is something that we're always looking at, and we find what the adequate ratio is. But yes, your analysis is not it's on target.
You can say it's correct.
It's
okay.
Your analysis is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you provide further explanation as to the variance in these indicators between FY24 and FY25?
I'm not sure that I can add any more than what I just said.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how NYC Aging is working with OMB to ensure there are enough resources available for case management, because I know you're having conversations. Does NYC Aging advocate for increased funding for case management? And if so, how much additional funding is needed to adequately meet the level of demand? So if you're going to, switch those ratio numbers,
Right.
does that have an equivalent dollar amount?
It's something that, we're in earnest conversations with them about it, particularly as we're moving more and more to a community care approach, and the need for additional home care services and things of that nature.
Okay, and
There's a corresponding relationship.
right. I don't think you shared what the current ratio is. Do you have that, the case management ratio?
The current ratio is, I'll give it to you. I just had that this week. The case manager ratio is between 53 or 69, and it averages around 59 clients per worker.
It averages at 59?
Yeah.
Sounds like that's a lot for a case manager, and specifically if the clients have greater needs. Do you have a sense of where you're trying to get to in terms of that ratio?
I can get back to you on that.
Okay. All right, and then congregate meals. The PMMR shows that the number of congregate meals being provided at older adult centers increased in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025 when compared to the same time period in fiscal 2024, with 2.2 million meals served to 87,772 older New Yorkers in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025, which was an increase of 9.7% in the number of meals and 3% in the number of participants. How much does it cost to provide a congregate meal, and how do the costs vary between different types of meals, such as halal or kosher?
The reimbursement rates are different, so you want to say that.
Yeah,
The reimbursement rates are different.
Yeah.
Jose will give you the details.
Right, so a congregate meal is roughly about $5, and a catered meal.
You said, sorry, a regular meal, $5?
$5.
Congregate,
And
okay.
catered meal, it's about $8.
Sorry, what's $8?
$8, a
Catered.
like a catered meal.
Catered.
Is there a difference between halal and,
It's we don't make a difference.
okay.
And you said it doesn't make a difference for halal or kosher?
No, yeah, that's the budget that we have. Mhm.
Okay. Does NYC Aging anticipate further increase in participation in OAC activities and congregate meal consumption?
Yeah, we've seen an uptick in congregate meals. I don't know that we've gotten to pre-COVID levels yet.
Okay, but I would say also going off of that, the 40% of the folks who took your survey, if you're engaging them, then
Right.
maybe we can hope to see at least some portion of those folks
And
lead to an increase in participation.
And just to amplify that, the strategies that we're looking at, the other data that we're looking at, the pop-up kitchens, and see what that generates also. So I think the trend,
You don't have those numbers from the pop-up kitchen?
no, I can get them for you. We do
Okay.
have them, but I don't have them.
Okay, that'd be great. A recurring rationale we hear from the imposition of PEGs is that the reduction is made because of underutilization of the service being cut. The PMMR shows an increase in the number of older adults attending older adult centers and an increase in the average daily participation. OACs served 112,062 older adults during the first 4 months of fiscal 2025, which is 2% greater than during the same period in fiscal '24, with an average of 27,916 participants attending daily, up 6.2% from the same period in fiscal 2024. Pre-pandemic, the average daily attendance was close to 30,000 older adults. Despite this increase in utilization, PEG's NYC Aging's budget have not been fully reversed. What is the process and metrics NYC Aging uses to evaluate and determine utilization at older adult centers?
The metrics are done. Each program reports their daily participation in what we was our STAR system. That is the data that we use.
But is it like people walking in the door, people having a meal, people engaging in a
we-
class or some sort of?
Great, thank you for the clarification, and I'm sorry that I wasn't. We have different, we collect different data for each one of those. That we have meal participation, we have activity participation, so that we will see that more people, we have seen a trend, which we don't know if it's gonna stay the same, that people have been participating more and not consuming the meals as much. And we also have seen that we also count hybrid participation. And so that also impacts the number, why someone might be participating and not having a meal.
Got it. And then this is like just a more pointed question, but you've just sort of alluded to it. But how much of a role do meals place in utilization calculations? So that they're part of the calculation, but not the entirety, right?
And OACs were established to address food insecurity 50-something years ago.
So central, but not
the
the
sole.
entire. So, how often does NYC Aging reallocate resources across its provider network? For example, if one OAC sees a decline in attendance and another experiences an increase, how does the agency work to realign funding rather than reducing it to where there's greatest need?
It's a great question. For 5 years, we've been talking about this, and we're finally implementing it now, where we would leave money on the table and not repurpose it within the network. This year, we've taken the budget modification process and looked at it more holistically so that we could address some of the things we talked about earlier, which was the kitchen repairs,
Right.
Things of that nature. And so we do that by analyzing performance over, I believe it's a 2-year period. And then
2-year period, you said?
a 2-year period. And if you have low performance given a particular level, we then will repurpose those dollars to and possibly serve another network. I can give you the numbers of and we've been able to do that very successfully in a way, and that we can continue the commitment to keep those dollars in the network, and that has always been the key.
Right.
The other thing that I can say about that is that that's a one-time reduction. You know, if you improve your performance moving forward in the following year, then that will, you will not lose your baseline.
Okay. And so that's just become like standard operating procedure then?
We're just trying it now, and it'll become standard operating procedure.
Okay. An important component of assessing needs for services going forward is to not only review past utilization, but to also project future demand. Does NYC Aging do this? And if not, why not?
We do. We're constantly looking at future demand. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we've been looking at demographics and changing communities. Like, do we have, is there a glut of older adult clubs on one particular community and on a desert in other communities? And so we're constantly look at that. And that will all be, will impact the future RFP.
Okay, and then how do you forecast future demand, and what assumptions do you use for the expected growth of the older adult population? So aside from just looking at where the older adult centers are located based on population, how are you using the broader population numbers and data to inform your decisions?
We look at population shifts within the older adult population. We look at greatest need, income. We look at cultural variations, and try to see how's the best way to address those different data points with our service plan.
Okay. In the fiscal 2025 adopted budget, $11.1 million was added to provide additional funding to support the home-delivered meal and OAC programs. This funding was only added in fiscal 2025 and was not baselined. How has the additional funding been utilized?
That's the dollar, the food cost. That was the individual food cost increase.
Food cost increase, okay. How are you working with the OMB to ensure this funding is added in the out years?
It's part of our ongoing discussion with them. I mean,
And then if funding is not added in the executive or adopted plan, how will home-delivered meals and OAC programs be impacted?
yeah, we would see, I mean, I'm going to go back to my original premise, which the agreement was that we would have,
You feel
that
confident?
service levels will be made intact. If not, then it will be either a reduction of meals or that's the only way that we could address that.
The proposed state fiscal year 2026 executive budget was released in January. State funding plays a crucial role in many of NYC Aging's older adult programs as it supports 10% of the agency's budget for fiscal 2026. Were there any proposals in the governor's budget that NYC Aging expects will impact the agency either positively or negatively?
Yes. The state added $40 million to the State Office on Aging. And we're advocating very strongly that that funding be distributed on a per capita basis as the federal dollars are distributed on a population basis, rather than at the discretion of the State Office on Aging solely, and definitely not solely based on waiting lists, because unmet needs are not only measured by waiting lists, but unmet needs are based by population and services in a particular area. So that's been an ongoing discussion with the state legislator and your comparable partners in the state.
Thank you. The NYC Aging Term and Condition Report provided to the council for the period of July 1st through December 31st, 2024, showed a wait list of 202 people for home care and 491 for case management. Why are there wait lists for these programs?
Because of the home care hours. You know, we don't, there's two things. We have a shortage of home care staff, there's a shortage of home care staff, and there's a shortage of home care hours.
And what are you doing to eliminate the wait? What are you doing to eliminate the wait lists?
As we do with all of our case management services, we look at the highest needs and look at those with the highest needs and address those as quickly as we possibly can.
How many additional caseworkers and how much additional funding would be needed to eliminate the case management wait list?
We can get back to you on that.
And what steps are you taking to address the wait lists?
We are really assessing client need, and that is the determinant of who gets off the wait list and who gets services quickly.
Okay, and then,
That's for home care.
right. Your term and condition report on older adult center
I don't want to
utilization.
lose sight of what I said earlier. One of the challenges we have there, and we're also advocating, is to make sure that we have parity between the salaries of
Right.
workers, so that we then not have a shortage of workers, because it's advantageous for someone, you know, to get
And is
better
that
salary.
advocacy part of your
Yeah,
conversations?
state.
Okay. Your term and condition report on older adult center utilization data for 2024 was provided to the council, but it didn't include the weighted utilization percentages, which is a vital component of the reporting requirement. Can you share why this information wasn't provided in the term and condition report, and when you anticipate the data might become available?
So as part of the transition from Accelerated to Passport, we lost some functionality.
Got it.
And so we're still working on trying to correct that, and we're hoping to do that in the next report.
In the next report? When is that?
Yeah, next year, sorry.
Next year.
With a new, so we're actually having a new system.
Next fiscal year or next calendar year?
Calendar.
Fiscal year, it's next fiscal year. So fiscal
Why,
year.
when does it, okay.
Next fiscal year.
The other thing that a component to that that's important is that we are changing our data management system because the STAR system, the system that we've had in place for a long time, we're upgrading that so that we have more control over the data rather than the vendor has control of the data and we have to pay them every time that we want to change to that data. So we've created a new system called Vive, which we anticipate will one, can talk to Passport and integrate Passport easier. And second, that we have more control of the data as well as the provider will have more input control of the data.
Vive, V-I-V-E?
VIVE.
Alrighty, that concludes my questions.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and the answers to your questions. We're going to move on to public testimony.
Yes, and as I've always say that we have people listening to public testimony, I leave, but that doesn't mean that NY Aging is not present.
Yes.
And I really want to thank you, and I thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Thank you for your continued advocacy and the work that you do. Hopefully we can get you some more money to do more of the great work. We have All right, I'll now open the hearing for public testimony, and I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's oversight topic of older adult kinship caregiving. Oh, sorry. On today's 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's preliminary budget hearing. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And I will call the first panel: Anita Kwok, Justine Tete, Brian Ellicott Cook, Kevin Kaprovsky, Helen Chen, and Barbara Bear. And then you'll each have 3 minutes. Apologies, I misspoke. We'll start to my left, and then we'll just go down the table. But And the Sergeant at Arms will tell you when to begin. All right, you can begin. Thank you.
Yeah, let me test. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Chair Hudson and member of committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Helen Cheng, and I am Director of Brooklyn Older Adult Center at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC, the nation's largest Asian American social service organization. Asian Americans are the fastest growing population in New York State, and seniors are the fastest growing subset. Over 1 in 3 Asian American seniors are live under poverty line. Over 2 in 3 are limited English proficiency. Their story deserves to be told, and I am here to share one of them. Mr. Liu, a 75 years old member of CPC OAC, was feeling hopeless and facing language barrier when we first time met him. With no family nearby to rely on, Mr. Liu came to depend entirely on our OAC for his SNAP and housing applications. In April 2023, when the housing interview was arranged, Mr. Liu, our dedicated caseworker, assists Mr. Liu hold the full processing, accompany him for the critical interviews, completing the paperwork, and serving as trusted translator and advocate. Finally, Mr. Liu secured his stable housing in June of 2023. This housing processing took over 10 years when the application was submitted. Our dedicated caseworker did not give up and assisted Mr. Liu, support him through the whole processing. We urge the city to invest and expand the senior service like meals delivery service, our physical centers, and mental health services for our seniors, to ensure that more individuals like Mr. Liu can overcome the challenge. Thank you for the opportunity and appreciate me to speak on this issue, which is great impact our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Hudson and council members for convening for today's preliminary budget hearing. My name is Anita Kwok. I am a policy analyst for United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing neighborhood settlement houses that reach over 800,000 New Yorkers from all walks of life. This year, NYC Aging faces a fiscal cliff of over $100 million for ending Newark's older adult centers, home-delivered meals, case management, and other essential services that support older adults aging in place. Despite knowing about these cuts for at least a year, the city has failed to proactively restore them, failing to meet the needs of older adults. The Aging Services Network urgently needs new investments to meet the needs of a growing older adult population and to rectify years of systemic underinvestment. Amidst federal funding uncertainty, these cuts would be catastrophic, potentially forcing the closure of over 1/3 of older adult centers and severely impacting Newark's. If centers remain open, they may be forced to scale back services by 1/3, leaving providers to choose between meals, case assistant, enrichment programs, and other aging services. UNH members predict an uptake in food insecurity, social isolation, and a loss of access to benefits that extend the lives of older adults. The city must act now to reverse these cuts, including both the fiscal cliff and an out-year PEG cut to OACs of $13.48 million in fiscal year 27 that was in last year's budget. Furthermore, the city must, one, invest $57 million for congregate meals at OACs to meet inflation since the last RFP. Food insecurity among older adults continues to rise, but there has not been an increase to the congregate meals budget in years. 2, invest $20.6 million to provide a home-delivered meal every day, operationalizing Councilmember Linda Lee's Intro 770 to make the city pay for meals 7 days a week. For many homebound adults, the Home Delivered Meals program is the only food that they're receiving for their nutritional needs, and they will stretch that meal to last all day. 3, invest at least $5 million a year for a revolving capital repair program at NYC Aging. NYC Aging funded programs often face major difficulties with deteriorating buildings and equipment upkeep. Systemic-wide needs include HVAC repairs, accessibility upgrades, technology systems, kitchen equipment, and more. Building maintenance, repairs, and upgrades are not covered in NYC Aging contracts, and available funding comes from a confusing range of agencies and pots of money, especially for those programs located in NYCHA facilities. 4, invest $44 million for the case management program as caseloads have increased, intake coordinators have been eliminated, and providers are seeing higher numbers of older adults with dementia and mental health needs. And 5, grow the Newark City Council initiative to $6.2 million as Newarks provide critical health and social services, including case management and nursing support. Please see my written testimony for more information, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Councilmember Hudson, for holding this hearing. It is more important now than ever that we make sure that aging is funded in light of data that has come out throughout this year. First off, my name is Kevin Kaprovsky, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Live On New York. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. And for context, Live On New York's members include more than 110 community-based nonprofits that provide core services under the New York City Aging portfolio and many other home and community-based services in our city. I want to start by saying we cannot do more with less anymore. Every year we have seen not only inflation eat up the budgets of our members, but we have also seen cuts to those budgets. Our members have done an incredible job maintaining service levels, but it was troubling to hear that in the face of $100 million of cuts, our members will just be asked to keep services the same. We cannot take things that are not in the budget as word, because if they were, they would just put them in the budget. We are really concerned that longstanding underinvestment has led us to a tipping point. Our city faces the prospect of 60 older adult centers closing at the next RFP. We have been ringing this bell around the city, and it would be catastrophic to cut almost 20% of the centers just for no reason, especially in light of 3 reports that have come out in the last 6 months. One is our report that shows that older adult homelessness is rising 3 times faster than any demographic. 2 is the Comptroller report that shows just how many more older adults are in our city this year than were in the past 10 years. And the third one is a recent AARP report with the Center for an Urban Future that shows that older adult poverty is growing at a faster rate than anyone could have anticipated. In light of this, we are asking for bold new investments in the system in addition to restoring the cut. We have launched our Age Strong New York City campaign to add $2.3 billion in additional funding, $500 million for nutrition, $1 billion for housing, and $800 million for community services over the next 5 years. We recommend in the short term for this year, $44 million to increase case management capacity, $57 million to increase OAC meals capacity, and $5 million council discretionary for emergency repairs for centers that, as we heard earlier in the commissioner's testimony, are not eligible for capital under the current bond agreements. Many of my colleagues will go through the specifics of the rest, as they're the ones who provide the services. But for nutrition, people deserve access to 2 meals a day every day. We back that, and people need more access to SNAP programs and federal programs as long as they're still around. We're advocating for housing separately. For community services and spaces, many centers are falling apart, and we have not been able to get funding into them. The current capital rules do not allow it, and we need to figure something out because we cannot have centers in places we cannot repair. To close, anyone who champions these investments will not only avert the closure of 60 older adult centers, but will fundamentally transform the future for millions of New Yorkers as we age. Making this $2.3 billion investment in nutrition, housing, and community services is not just the right thing to do. It is an incredible win that would mark New York City as a truly age-friendly metropolis. It's a bold step that will correct past underfunding and reposition our city as a national leader in how we treat older residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and members of the New York City Committee on Aging. My name is Brian Ellicott Cook, and I serve as the Director of Government Relations at SAGE, the nation's largest and oldest organization dedicated to improving the lives of LGBTQ+ older adults. Since our founding in 1978, SAGE has worked tirelessly to advocate for policies and programs that empower LGBT elders, ensuring that they age with dignity, security, and support. Every year, we serve over 5,000 older adults, and New York City has long failed to prioritize the programs and services that help our older adults remain in their communities as they age. Unfortunately, the long-standing underinvestment has led to the tipping point of our city now facing the prospect of an additional $102 million proposed cuts by the mayor that could close 60 older adult centers and slash vital services across the board. These cuts are at a time when older adults already make up 1 in 5 New Yorkers, and the number is projected to grow by 25% by 2040. Over the decades, the city has intentionally underfunded and undervalued older adult programs, making it nearly impossible for the providers to meet the growing need. These budget cuts would only accelerate the crisis by forcing more centers to close and reducing core services at a time when we demand the continues to rise. If these cuts move forward, more and more older adults, including LGBTQ+ elders who are already disproportionately undervalued, would have to navigate more holes in the ever-weakening safety net. I submitted over 100+ letters from older adults at our SAGE centers telling you how they impact their lives, the joy that the centers bring them, and what the centers mean for them to be able to age with dignity, respect, and honor. We are actively living in an administration that is against the LGBT community and hostile and political climate where many older adults are heightened by fear and uncertainty of their rights. The Older Adult Act also directly with some of the executive orders, does target TGNB older adults, and that's something we're worried about with funding, is how that wording can affect our funding as well, not just for SAGE, but for anyone in coalition with us. LGBT elders are often invisible, disconnected from services, and severely isolated without traditional biological supports. They are far more likely to live alone and less likely to rely on adult children or other family members for informal caregiving. In fact, 25% of SAGE constituents have reported not having those structures, and that SAGE is their emergency contact people. You can read more about all of our proposed renewals for our funding, including the little over $1 million we get for the initiative around older adult services for LGBTQ+ older adults. And we did ask for an enhancement because at this time we're finding that know your rights for both our constituents and our staff around immigration and TGNB people is important, as well as our continued services for our SAGE Vets program, because we know we are seeing an uptick in PTSD from our veterans around all the vitriol language around veterans and TGNB veterans specifically. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and esteemed members of the Committee on Aging. My name is Justine Tete, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Lennoxville Neighborhood House, a 131-year-old settlement house that serves over 17,000 members per year. Today, I'm here on behalf of my colleagues, our clients, and communities served by the Neighborhood House, and our organization has dedicated decades of diligent work to uplifting aging communities and advocating for increased investment in essential programming. As our older adult population continues to grow, the Neighborhood House has worked to establish a model of comprehensive integrated services without parallel, including 2 older adult centers bringing farm-to-table meals, financial assistance, arts and fitness activities, a dedicated social services and benefits advocacy team helping older adult clients with accessing and maintaining government benefits, mental health supports, volunteer opportunities so our members can share their wealth of knowledge and skill with other members, emergency and stipendiary grants, and more. We also offer a caregiver program for unpaid caregivers, as well as a care program, which is a social adult day program. As the community continues to expand and the needs for services continues to escalate, our older adult services will remain the core of our work for years to come. Our organization and many organizations here testifying today are concerned about the impact of New York City Aging's budget cuts, particularly on how these cuts will impact access to care, resources, meals, and socialization at older adult centers across the city. Our communities face mounting challenges, and many older adults rely on community-based programs to maintain their independence and quality of life. With the needs of our older adults growing, the need for programming and services at OACs are also growing, and a cut to the budget of over $100 million in fiscal year 26 will have grave results on our aging services, making it difficult to maintain home-delivered meals, socialization opportunities, case management, and essential capital funding. Our aging population depends on older adult centers for more than just meals. They depend on the centers which is central for community building, companionship, improved health and wellness, education, and connection to necessary resources like affordable housing and public assistance. Lenox Hill Neighborhood House remains committed to enhancing best practices to support older adults. Our community of older adults is the heart of our advocacy work, and continued investment in older adult services is a necessity to sustaining our community for generations to come. I believe we can all say that we all remain united in our requests to ensure that older adults continue to have the support and dignity they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hudson. Barbara Baer, I'm the director of the New York Foundation for Senior Citizens Home Sharing Program and Respite Care Program. And rather than just read you these remarks, because I think you know about home sharing, I'm going to just extemporize and just take a few of the facts. You might have noticed I was called out of the room, and the same person called several times, so I thought it must be an emergency. But to my surprise, it was a person who we had matched who called to say thank you. So on behalf of that person, all the persons that we've matched, the board of directors and the staff, really thank you to your office and to you for really helping us stay alive and do better. So we're hoping again that you will help us. We're asking for $250,000, partly from the speaker's budget and from some of your colleagues. We did get over $200,000 last year, and I hear that because of OMB, the budget's going to be fine this year. So I'm hoping that we will be able to be at least held at what we were. The home sharing program continues to help people who are really in need across all of the boroughs. And when I looked at the number of matches we made and the people who were on the aging committee, I saw that at least 2/3 of the aging committee members had a match, which means that somebody's got a roof over their head who didn't have one, and a homeowner or an apartment renter who was going to not be able to keep the apartment or perhaps lose the house because of the inflationary costs was able to stay. And so every time we match, we feel really good about it. And the gem that we really have is respite care, where we offer home care for $19.10 an hour, in contrast to the for-profits at $30 an hour. We certify the home health attendant, we interview the client, and for 3 months they can go serve the client pays. We'll be doing 150 of them. Our cost estimates are that we do the respite care on the administrative side for over $500, and then to place 2 people in a home sharing match costs less than the government, less than $8,000, excuse me, and then the people are on their own. So hopefully you will help us. We will keep the program growing and growing. And again, I really thank you for all your help.
Thank you so much.
I did pretty well again.
You did. That was
0.
perfect. Thank you all for your testimony. I share the concerns that you've brought to light. So thank you for being here. Okay. The next panel I'll call up is Kimberly George from Project Guardianship, and I have 2 Kimberly Georges from Project Guardianship, although it's just one person. Penelope Hernandez, Kevin Jones, Jeanette Estima, Jenny Dembrow, and Beth Finkel. Or we can put you in the next panel if you'd like, or you're not. Sorry? Okay. No problem. We can start to my left and then go down the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and staff. My name is Kimberly George. I'm the President and CEO of Project Guardianship. Thank you for your leadership in recognizing the need to invest in nonprofit guardianship services and for lifting up the critical work we do. Project Guardianship serves as legal guardian for 200 New Yorkers, most of whom are low-income older adults facing complex challenges such as housing insecurity, serious mental illness, dementia, and more. We also run a guardianship helpline where anyone with a question about Article 81 guardianship or its alternatives can speak with an expert to get a better understanding of the processes and resources surrounding these issues. Since launching our helpline 20 months ago, we've received 1,300 calls, mostly from women caregivers seeking help for loved ones who are also overwhelmingly women. Guardianship is not only an aging issue, it's a women's issue, a public health issue, an immigration issue, and a housing issue. We are grateful to you, Chair Hudson, and this council for passing Resolution 561, urging the state to fund a public guardianship program in partnership with reputable nonprofit providers. This is a response to the severe shortage of qualified guardians to serve in cases where an individual has no family or friend to serve and no money to pay for a private guardian, and the devastating outcomes this shortage causes. It is a crucial step forward, but while we advocate for state investment, we cannot ignore the reality that 60% of all guardianship cases in New York State originate within the 5 boroughs. The crisis is here in our city today. That's why in fiscal year 26, we are calling upon the City Council to make a deeper investment in guardianship services. With additional support, Project Guardianship can further safeguard older adults, preventing unnecessary institutionalization, ensure that every New Yorker subject to guardianship has access to a qualified person-centered guardian. Thank you for your time and for standing with us in this urgent fight. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Next.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hudson, for the opportunity to testify in this preliminary hearing. My name is Penelope Hernandez. I'm a program director at Wellness Together University Settlement. Wellness Together is a program that serves homebound older adults. I submitted my testimony, so I'll try to just speak from my heart and the experience. So I'm here today to advocate, of course, for the stop to the $100 million cut, proposed cut to older adult services. I know that you sympathize with us and you support the idea that older adults definitely need these services. I'm also here to request adding $44 million for case management services. The caseload, as we heard before, is extremely high. For us, it's 69 per case manager, and we have experience with this program. Wellness Together was a program that started really small, and we were able to serve 30 older adults, and that's really the only way that you can provide comprehensive, holistic service. We're not, as human beings, we're not just basic needs. We're not just food, safety, and having a home health aid to support your home. You're way more than that. We have talents, a need to connect with our peers, to make friends, and having a caseload of 69 older adults really prevents from going deeper into, the services that we provide. And also, it's important that we add this $44 million for staffing as well, retention, and to hire staff that is able to serve the older adult the way that they deserve. The other ask that I'm here to present is to invest in $5 million yearly for repairs and crucial major changes that need to happen in our older adult centers. Our older adult center at University Cinema is located inside an Aisha building, and I can't even tell you how much we struggle with the repairs that are needed. We have leaking walls, leaking ceilings, and it took Naisha a year, for instance, to change our staff bathroom door. So these investments are really important for us, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to present on this today. And of course, you have my testimony, and I also brought letters signed by our older adults supporting what I just said and supporting my testimony, and also staff letters as well.
Thank you. And then where's the location?
It's 189 Allen Street.
Okay, thank you.
New York, New York.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and members.
Just press the button on the bottom.
Whoops. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and members of the Committee on Aging. My name is Jenny Dembrow, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lower East Side Girls Club and have been with the organization since our founding. Since 1996, Girls Club has nurtured creative and supportive spaces where young people and their families can dream big, find their passions, and connect to peers and careers. In 2022, we launched the Center for Wellbeing and Happiness, CWBH, where we provide a third space that fosters healthy relationships between neighbors, combats chronic loneliness, and promotes intergenerational community care through free, accessible wellness programs. This is a hyper-local community space, a dynamic wellness hub with programming that includes nutrition, fitness, wellness, creative expression, and support groups. Our weekly food pantry serves over 1,700 people, including 755 older adults. It is also a community space where we collaborate with mission-aligned organizations and host meetings, trainings, and community events. Here, we prioritize the well-being of all generations, from babies to elders, and all genders are collectively supported. The CWBH membership is growing. Currently, 210 participants are ages 50 to 61, and over 260 participants are age 62 plus. CWBH is a vital resource for multiple generations of community members who are navigating various life challenges. Our ability to provide community care, from immediate crisis support to long-term wellness initiatives, has made us an essential anchor institution for older adults seeking connection and well-being, especially after the isolation and loss during COVID. CWBH also supports grandparents and older parents who are helping their children and loved ones with substance use issues. We have also witnessed an increase in assaults against our elders. During this crucial moment, we are becoming a rapid response space where individuals feel comfortable seeking support. We aim to enhance our programming and partner with organizations to provide Know Your Rights trainings, safety trainings, and caregiver training for this population. We are requesting $20,000 from the Committee on Aging to support our work specifically focused on older adults to provide wellness support and emergency food assistance. We are also requesting $2.5 million from the City Council in FY26 to support the stabilization of the organization. Currently, we are navigating a challenging financial reality and stand at a critical inflection point. Between a $3 million mortgage for purchasing our CWBH space in 2019, rising costs due to inflation, and declining donations and government funding, our revenue has fallen behind, resulting in a $2 million deficit. These fiscal challenges pose a direct and imminent risk to our ability to provide the vital services and innovative programming so many older people in the Lower East Side rely on at a time when the need is greater than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Hudson. Thank you so much for your advocacy over the years. We really can't thank you enough. And so I feel like I'm preaching to the converted here because we have our testimony that we've submitted, and I know you know the data even better than we do. So I'm just going to really kind of skip to the part about the consequences and how really deeply concerned we are with the mayor's budget and where it has left my colleagues here and others really struggling to figure out how they're going to provide services where there is so much of a dire need. The idea that 60 older adult centers could be forced to close is something that I never thought would come out of my mouth, advocating that we'd have to go back to that. These closures are not just numbers. This is not just about spreadsheets. They represent real losses for real people. More than half of older adults reported having no retirement income in 2022, so totally reliant on Social Security if they even get Social Security. And nearly 90% of those receiving meals through older adult centers say that this helps support and keep them in their own communities. So cutting funding for these centers will not only worsen individuals' financial insecurity, food security, and social isolation, and put more stress on city resources, but it will hurt communities as a whole if these people can't support themselves and be able to go out and buy groceries at the local grocery stores. You know, and you know this so well, a budget is a statement on priorities. By slashing funding for older adult services, the city is sending a clear message that older adults are just not a priority. And this is not just an oversight, it is deliberate, it is discriminatory, it's a decision that really ignores the needs of our really booming older adult population. And investing in older services is not a burden, it's really a necessity. Older New Yorkers built this city, and the poverty rates are incredibly zooming, as the Cuffs report showed, which we shared earlier, and I know my other colleagues have shared, over a 30% increase in poverty in older adults. So we are urging the city to allocate $50 million for capital improvements across the aging services network to address deteriorating infrastructure, which you've heard so much about and you've been advocating for so long for, $20 million to expand social work support across the network, and $12 million to properly fund home-delivered meal providers. Without real investments, we're going to leave these older adults behind. And so we urge the mayor, we urge the city council to work together to fully restore and, most importantly, expand these services for older adults. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Hudson, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeanette Estima. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at City Meals on Wheels. We're grateful to the Council for its support of our Emergency Meals Program, which provides food to homebound older New Yorkers during local or citywide emergencies. In FY24, with the Council's support, we delivered nearly 273,000 emergency meals across all 5 boroughs. But there's an underlying persistent emergency experienced by home-delivered meals recipients, 60% of whom are food insecure. The one meal they receive through the program is simply not enough, and their access to food is very limited due to mobility challenges and financial barriers, with 65% of meal recipients living on $15,000 a year or less. The city's home-delivered meals program is a critical part of the city's anti-hunger infrastructure, but it's not enough to truly address food insecurity. This will require expanding the program and the creation of new programs to bring food directly to homebound older adults in their homes. Therefore, we urge the Council to pass Intro 770, which would require the provision of one meal 365 days a year, and we estimate to cost around $20.7 million. Moreover, City Meals has piloted several new programs that bring more food to older New Yorkers in new ways. The Breakfast Box is essentially a second meal program that provides a monthly delivery of 30 meal equivalents that includes a few frozen meals, shelf-stable items, and 7 pounds of fresh produce. We're currently serving 2,000 people with this pilot program, and we hope to expand it to 4,000 in the coming year. And our mobile grocery pilot, in partnership with WISCA, gives 200 homebound older adults in the Bronx the ability to order a monthly bag of groceries by phone and make some choices about the items that they're receiving. Therefore, we request a renewal of the $500,000 that we received for our Emergency Meals Program through the Older Adults Club's Programs and Enhancements Initiative. And $200,000 to support these innovative pilot programs so that together we can eliminate elder hunger. And finally, we urge the council and the administration to reverse the over $100 million in cuts that are proposed in the preliminary budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just one question for each of you and your organizations is, how much federal funding do you receive, or what percentage of your budgets are made up of federal funds? You can go in any order.
We don't get federal funds. We're talking for the consumers because that's who ARP and actually, and our volunteers who've been sitting in this audience
Yes.
who feel strongly about this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
We do. We actually just got an email about 2 weeks ago that funding for our food pantry through FEMA United Way was cut. So it's about
In its entirety?
that portion of, we have multiple funding sources for our food pantry, but that portion we were told to freeze spending, and that was about $13,000.
Thank you.
We also received some funding. It's like $25,000 perhaps. But I think the important thing also that I wanted to say is programs like the programs that we provide are going to become more and more important as those funding cuts are experienced across the board. If there's cuts to the OAA nutrition programs, that means that the programs that we're putting out there, especially these pilots, are going to become lifelines.
Thank you.
For us, Wellness Together, we have a contract with the city, so our funding is through NYC Aging, but the Older Adult Center, they do receive federal funding, and that will be in support of the Meals on Wheels program that will be at risk.
We do not currently have any direct federal funding. We have some pass-through that was originally Administration for Community Living, and we had a proposal out to the Administration for Community Living for significant funding that now we're not feeling like any of that money is going to be going to anybody. Our biggest funder is the New York State Unified Court System. It's unclear how much of their budget might rely on federal funding, and the same, our second biggest funding is the State Office for the Aging, and we know that they're facing big cuts, but it's unclear to us how that might impact our funding.
Great. Okay. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate your testimonies. I'll call up the next panel: Catherine Thurston, Rich Baum, Ziamara Maldonado, and Inez de la Nuez. Okay, sorry about that. We can start to my left and then go down the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson. Thank you for holding this hearing on the preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026. My name is Catherine Thurston, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Service Program for Older People, or SPOP. SPOP is the only agency in New York City exclusively dedicated to community-based mental health care for older adults. We are licensed to provide outpatient mental health for adults age 55 and older, and we offer services via telehealth at our offices and at 19 satellite locations throughout Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, and the Bronx. We serve over 2,000 adults annually and provide individual and group therapy, psychiatry, medication management, group-based psychiatric rehabilitation support, specialized counseling for substance use disorders, and linkages to other community-based services to support aging in place. Our goal is to support the overall health, well-being, and independence of older adults, and we partner with hospitals, aging service providers, and community-based organizations to coordinate services and reach out to those who are most isolated. The vast majority of our satellite clinic sites are co-located at NYC Aging Supported Older Adult Centers, where we partner with staff to foster a culture of mental health awareness, reduce stigma, and integrate mental health care and wellness into other age supportive services. We are proud to provide services at these older adult centers that are funded through the DFTA Geriatric Mental Health Initiative, or DGMH program. Older adults represent the fastest growing segment of New York City's population, and older New Yorkers are generally older, more diverse, and more isolated than ever before. An estimated 20% of the population will experience a mental health challenge at some point, but there are few resources in the state specifically for older adults. I urge the New York City Council to allocate robust funding for mental health care for older adults, including renewal and expansion of the DGMH program, which has dramatically expanded services for some of the city's most vulnerable members. Age-affirming mental health care is one of the best investments that we can make. When we support the emotional health of older adults, it can improve their physical health, enable them to live with a greater sense of independence, and reduce social isolation and premature institutionalization. I thank the committee, and I thank you, Chair Hudson, for this opportunity and for your ongoing support.
Thank you. And what was the percentage you shared? How many folks experience a mental
About 20%.
20% of the older adult population specifically?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Inés de la Nuez, Grand Coalition of Older Adult OAC Director at Grand Street Settlement. Thank you, Chair Hodgson, and member of the New York City Council Committee on Aging for the opportunity to provide testimony on the preliminary budget. Grand Street Settlement, Grand Street is a 109-year-old multi-service settlement house that serves over 8,000 New Yorkers through Essential Program for early childhood, youth, older adults on the Lower East Side, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. The Grand Coalition of Older Adult Centers, located at 175 Delancey Street, support health and well-being of older adults on the Lower East Side. It serves as a second home for many older adults. We provide communal and nutritious meals daily and host a wide range of health and wellness, educational, cultural, social, and civic activities. Our robust programming ensures that our older adults remain socially connected and civically engaged. In addition to the services offered to the older adult, our Older Adult Center, the Baruch Elder Service Team based Newark provide comprehensive medical, social, and supportive services to over 700 residents of the Bernard Baruch houses. Our Center for Older Adults features a variety of activities, including arts, crafts, bingo, gardening, Latin dance, mental health, support yoga, Tai Chi, evidence-based programming, and much more. Peer volunteers assist homebound older adults by providing essential transportation to medical appointments and errands. Staying socially engaged enhances their emotional, intellectual, and physical well-being. At Grand Street Settlement, we are dedicated to supporting the aging community and achieving their health and wellness goals. We are committed to the effort and are proud to be a member of the United Neighborhood Houses, UNH, a policy and social change organization that represent neighborhood settlement houses, serving on over 80,000 New Yorkers from diverse backgrounds. Additionally, we are member of Live On New York, which provide essential services on their New York City aging portfolio, along with many other home and community-based services throughout our city, programming for older adults, and preliminary budget. Without further investment, the FY26 preliminary budget will have dire consequences for older adults who rely on organizations such as Grand Street Settlement and other services. The budget reduced funding for New York City aging by $100 million in FY26, about a quarter of the agency's total budget. These costs are not new, but have become increasingly urgent as older adults rely on services and support. We urge you to put back the $100 million to the city budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Hudson, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Bird. I'm reading comments on behalf of Rich Baum. I'm from Educational Alliance. We're a settlement house with community centers located throughout Lower Manhattan. Educational Alliance operates 3 sites supported by contracts with NYC Aging, the Weinberg OAC, the Co-op Village Newark, and the Sirovich OAC. And together these sites serve a diverse population of 4,000 older adults annually. Like many here today, I'm deeply concerned for the future of older adult programs in the face of the fiscal cliff. I have submitted full testimony detailing specifics, but today I want to focus my comments on 2 areas: food and social work. First, I urge you to include $57 million to meet the growing demand for our meal services and the rising cost of food. For many of our members, the meals they receive through us are what sustains them for the day. Some tell us that they would not eat at all without the meals offered in our centers. But it is increasingly difficult to provide high-quality meals. This is partially because of the increased cost of food, but it is also due to increased demand. We are projected to serve more meals this year than we are contracted to serve. As an example, our Weinberg OAC surpassed its contracted annual target of 1,200 unique clients in just 6 months. This requires us to pay for the difference, which is, as you can understand, is unsustainable. But more is needed. Increasingly, we have to turn people away from meal service due to high demand. Our food pantry appointments fill up within hours of being released. With additional resources, we could serve many more than we do. Secondly, the city should increase funding to hire more case managers. Social service staff at EA have an average caseload of 50 or more individuals with a waiting list for high-need cases. Because we serve a highly diverse population across our sites, we need social service staff, social work staff who are fluent in Mandarin, Cantonese, Russian, and Spanish. Increased funding from the city would allow us to expand case management support and ensure older adults receive the quality, comprehensive support they need. Most importantly, I urge you to reverse all cuts to the overall NYC aging budget. None of us wants to be forgotten when we grow old. Without action, too many are at risk of being isolated and forgotten. I ask that the leaders of the city consider the needs of our elders and take action so they are not cast aside. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and members of the Aging Committee. I'm really grateful to you all for the hard work that you do on our behalf. My name is Xiomara Maldonado. I'm the Senior Director of Older Adult Programs at the Manny Cancer Center, which is part of Educational Alliance. I'm here today to testify not only as an aging services professional, but also as a native New Yorker whose family members, family friends, and neighbors depend upon programs throughout the Lower East Side to the, I'm just gonna take a moment. I can't just advocate for Educational Alliance. I have to advocate for every single program in the Lower East Side, including Grand Street Settlement, including Henry Street Settlement, including UJC, all of the Norks. I know so many people who benefit from each of these places, including my own family members. My mom, my dad, my grandma, a whole bunch of people from the church I grew up in. All of them desperately need these services, and it scares me that the city would think it's okay to cut $100 million in services instead of investing in our community. And so I'm here to appeal to the city to reverse those cuts and instead to invest even more money in these programs. As has already been said, mental health is a big issue amongst our population, and we're a satellite site for SPOP, so I advocate for SPOP as well. We need more services for folks, and not only through traditional therapeutic services, but also through arts programs and exercise classes. I just submitted a giant folder with 200 plus testimonies from older adults from our various programs. Over and over again, they say our lives depend upon these programs. And so I'll leave you with just a couple of comments from members. Tony Tam wrote, "Without the older adult services, we would be at home and not know how to stay alive." Mosi Chung wrote that Zumba and jazzline dance classes and acrylic painting helped to save my health issues. And Ruth Mandel wrote, "Losing Cerovich would be devastating. It stimulates my creativity. Can you imagine a New York City without the arts?" My grandmother herself, as I said, comes to the Weinberg Center every day now. She's stubbornly independent and had hidden from us the fact that she was having trouble cooking for herself and suffered a diabetic ketoacidosis attack. She almost died last year. And so she herself wrote, "I would only eat frankfurters at home because it's easy to cook. I need the food and the workers who take good care of me. Without these services, my grandma and others like her would struggle to manage daily life." So thank you again for all of your work and advocacy. It means a lot to me and everyone.
Thank you so much. And I know for so many of us, myself included, the work is very personal. And I'm only chair of the Aging Committee because of my experience caring for my mother who had Alzheimer's disease. So I feel your emotion, I feel it deeply, and I know that it's, your family members, including your grandmother, are very lucky to have you advocating for them. And I tell my colleagues and anybody who will listen all the time that it's too late to advocate for older adults once you're already an older adult, and it's really dependent upon us who are younger to make sure that we're doing all the advocacy. So thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. Thank you. I will call up the next panel, Mohammed Razui, Susanna Holm, Kai-Fai Lo, Dr. Cynthia Moorer, and Autrice Wildman. We'll start on my left here and then go down the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Mohammed Razvi, and I run possibly the only and the largest Muslim halal senior center. We actually service clients in Brooklyn, and we're a one-stop shop. We also not just service seniors, but families and their children. We service about 45,000 clients annually, of which I actually have my testimony already. I'm just going to highlight certain items which I really wanted to talk about. Because of DIFTA, we were able to have the Halal Senior Center, and I encourage you and all the city council members to support and continue supporting them even more. Because of them, we were able to have the first halal Meals on Wheels in the country. Not the city, not the state, but the country. It has added to the program where I thought I was only going to have 60 seniors. Now we have over 1,300 seniors that are coming to our office. Because of that, we actually had to get resources from DFTA again for the capital improvement, where we now have a 4,000 square foot senior facility, which we needed desperately. My testimony shows that more and more budgets are needed, not cut, and it really is a lifeline to our community. Our community members, and goes to all seniors, they feel that they came into this country, they were going to work for 5 years, they were going to get all that money, and they were going to go back whatever country they came from. Many of us, our South Asian seniors, came from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and other countries. However, whenever they thought they were going to go back, whenever they went back, everyone said, "You haven't done enough for us." So they come back here. They did not pay for their retirement plan. They did not do any of that. And they are desperate. They did work. They built the homes. They built the city. They built everything. They, drove the cars. They paid into the system. But they are not able to survive because they didn't have long-term planning. This is what's happening to majority of the seniors. And I can't even urge you enough that, we need to continue to support, like as everyone else has mentioned. We are here. And if you need numbers, if you need data, we have so much data. And I look forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Hudson and the committee. My name is Susanna Ham. I work for the Comptroller Office of New York for 16 years in Bensonhurst. And I retired in 2018, and then I joined the Homecrest Senior Center. And I love it. Every day I look forward to go there. I learn a lot of things that I never learned because all of us younger, we have to produce things for the family and go work for the life. So every day just going to work and coming home and take care of the family. And after I retired, I thought I was going to be very bored, but I found Homecrest Center, and they provide a lot of things for us. And I was very happy. And I joined a lot of classes like Tai Chi for my movement so that my body will not feel stiff. And I learned a lot of skills to make these little things. Maybe it doesn't really matter, but to me, I'm very happy. And every day I look forward to go there. And I make little things and I give it to my friends over there, and they have joy. So I really thankful, and every day I go there and eat lunch and talk to my friends. And I volunteer also for the activities because at least I am more mobile than a lot of older folks. And a few years back, I give a speech at the press conference organized by Live on New York, fighting for the budget. I enjoy all the things, and it's vital for our well-being. The center is my second home. I look forward every day, go there. And losing it is only going to deprive me with the meaningful experiences. But it would also strip also my sense of the community that help keeps older adults like me healthy, engaged, fulfilled, and keep up-to-date knowledge. The proposed cut of these surveys will be direct threat to our quality of life. I urge the City Council to stop the over $100 million in cuts that threaten close the center or reduce the vital services, and allow older adults like me to age with dignity. Please keep the center open. We needed them. Thank you for listening to my story and consider my testimony.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson.
Sorry, did you press the button at the bottom there? Is the red light on?
Oh, yeah.
That's better, thank you.
Well, Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and member of the Committee on Aging. My name is Kai Fai Lo, and I am an older New Yorker living in Brooklyn. I worked for the USPS for 15 years before retiring and joining the Homecrest Community Services. For me, Homecrest has become a place where I feel comfortable, safe, and welcome, especially after the pandemic. At the center, I volunteer my time to support the center. I also participate in activities like Tai Chi and singing contests. And I eat lunch here every day. Homecrest is not just a place where I volunteer. It is my safe space during the day, a community where I feel valued and connected. I enjoy having set up for special events such as birthday parties for fellow members. And these moments allow me to bond with others. At the center, I like talking with friends, playing board games, and singing karaoke. These activities are more than just entertainment. They keep me active and engaged after retiring. If the budget can no longer support Homecrest and center were to be closed, I would have no other place to go. The Pensionhurst Center is a place where I feel like I belong, and losing it would leave me without the support and community I need. I urge the City Council to stop these harmful cuts and instead invest in services that allow older adults like me to live with purpose and connection. Thank you for listening to my story and considering my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Maurer from Visiting Neighbors, Executive Director. First of all, I want to say that the City Council, you guys are our heroes. This is a very painful period in our lives right now, what's going on. And Visiting Neighbors is all about love, acceptance, and helping our seniors. We work predominantly with the oldest old, though we help people from 60 to 107. And by the way, the 107-year-old that we have, she's quite spry and very clear on her wants and needs. Our seniors that we work with are determined to stay independent and home. They want to stay in their own homes. And actually, this is probably one of the most cost-effective programs that saves the city a lot of money, and yet we do a lot with very little, but we need something. And we're so grateful that the City Council recognizes the seniors that may not go to a senior center. There are plenty of seniors that may want to get to a center, but they're not in a position to because of clothes or finances or just being able to get out and about. Some don't want to be quite frank. They want to be around young people. For the ones who love to go to the centers, we'll get them there. But we will provide all kinds of services, everything from friendly visitors where we have volunteers, every walk of life. This is New York City. We have it all, though every now and then we think we've heard every story, and then we hear a new doozy that comes up. So, but the volunteers are amazing. They represent the best of New York City, and we matchmake based on interests and hobbies and find people that will enjoy an older person's company. And the seniors, after a while, they forget that it's a volunteer. It's just their friend. And the friend says, well, I'm a friend. Am I a volunteer? Yes, you're still volunteering. And we have volunteers that have been with us for decades. We also do shop and escort, getting people to and from every conceivable kind of appointment. But it's not just an arm to hold to get through the street. It's also being there when they find out that a diagnosis is terminal. Usually when we have the younger seniors, and we call the youngsters 60 to 74, they are frailer, something happened, or maybe they need us temporarily. We will be there to be a health advocate. When a senior goes into a hospital, we let the staff know that somebody's watching, because in this day and age, if you don't have an advocate and you can't advocate for yourself, then you better have a friend who can be there to support you. hospital staff is overwhelmed. It's not necessarily anyone's fault. We're not placing blame. We're just noticing that seniors often get neglected in many settings. We're here to let people know that our people are determined, and we also provide wellness discussions on every conceivable topic, including some of the most difficult ones, like how to talk to their own family members. We just want to say this: we're trying to light a corner of our world and radiate it out. We're trying to be there and let people know that seniors matter. People want to stay home. They want to be in their own homes. They want to be active in the community, want to be vital. And we're thanking you for your support, and please continue it, because as these great words up here I'm looking at in this amazing hall, we are for our senior people. All of our senior people. And these are, senior centers are important, our seniors are important, and if we're lucky, we will all become one day, or we'll have a friend by our side to do it too, because being alone in this world is very tough, and especially now, we need more love and kindness and
Absolutely.
to kind of deal with the other stuff that is presented our way. So continue to be our champions, and we will continue to do, Visiting Neighbors, everything we can in our corner, including making connections for our seniors and information referral. We do everything that a friend would do, because a lot of our people have nobody.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Hudson and members of the committee. My name is Ortrice Wildman. I'm a social caseworker at Encore Community Services, one of New York City's largest providers of aging services. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today about the urgent need for increased funding to support our city's older adults. Encore provides more than 750,000 meals to older New Yorkers annually through home delivery and at our older adult centers. However, the city's current funding only supports a single meal per day, leaving thousands at risk of food insecurity. 1 in 5 older New Yorkers struggles with hunger, and for many, the meal we provide is their only source of daily nutrition. We urge the council to increase meal funding to provide 3 meals daily for older adults in need. Furthermore, the city's reimbursement rates must reflect the actual cost of food and operations, particularly from weekend meals. Despite a modest FY23-24 increase, inflation and rising costs have outpaced the current reimbursement structure. A sustainable funding model ensures that older adults have consistent access to fresh, nutritious food. New Yorkers' older adult centers are aging alongside their members. At Encore, we struggle with outdated infrastructure, including malfunctioning elevators and deteriorating HVAC systems, which are unacceptable conditions for facilities that serve as emergency cooling centers and daily lifeline for older adults. The Department for the Aging's capital budget is simply insufficient to meet the growing needs of our centers. We call on the council to establish a dedicated capital investment fund within New York City Aging to ensure our city's older adult facilities remain safe, functional, and welcoming. Strategic investment now will prevent costly emergency repairs in the future and improve the daily lives of thousands of older adults. Case management and financial case management are critical services that help older adults navigate public benefits, rental assistance, medical expenses, and provide economic stability. The need for these services is increasing, particularly as more older adults face housing instability, struggle with medical costs, and deal with rising living expenses on fixed incomes. The demand for these services far exceeds our staffing capacity. We urge the council to allocate additional resources to expand case management services and invest in financial case management programs that help older adults remain in stable financially secure. Last year, the mayor and the council made an essential step toward ensuring human service workers are paid a living wage. Still, we remain among the lowest paid of any sector in the city. This issue is personal to me and my colleagues. It's the difference between barely scraping by and having a chance to get ahead. As you know, this disproportionately impacts women and people of color, who compose most of the human services workforce. Consistent annual cost of living adjustments for human service workers should not be optional. Thank you for your time and your commitment to older adults.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'll call up the next panel. Kay Manton, Peter Kempner, Sharon Brown, and Christopher Leon Johnson. I'll start to my left. Yeah, just press the button there at the bottom.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and members of the Committee on Aging. My name is Kay Manton, and I'm an older New Yorker living on the Lower East Side. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of older adult services. The threat of over $100 million in additional budget cuts would mean a loss of centers and services so urgently needed. I attend the Grand Street Older Adult Center daily. It's my second home and a safe, supportive place which gives me a feeling of community and belonging. I'm able to engage in many activities such as Tai Chi, line dancing, and various educational programs. The proposed cuts will result in isolation for many older adults, which lead to less opportunities to engage in physical and social activities. It will also impact their food security and lead to health issues both physically and mentally. Thank you for advocating for us.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson, Council staff. My name is Peter Kempner. I'm the Legal Director at Volunteers of Legal Service, also known as VOLS. VOLS was established back in 1984, and our purpose is to leverage the private attorneys to provide free legal services to low-income New Yorkers to help fill the justice gap. Our senior law project serves low-income older New Yorkers age 60 plus, primarily by providing last wills and testaments, powers of attorney, healthcare proxies, and other essential advance directives free of charge. These life planning documents enable our clients to properly prepare for possible incapacity and death. They allow our clients to maintain income, avoid homelessness, ensure that their dying wishes are fulfilled, and empower our clients' caregivers to obtain services necessary for our clients to access, including health care and other services, so they could age in place in the community. While we strongly believe that all older adults should have the right documents in place as they plan for the future, we also have several initiatives and partnerships that focus on vulnerable subsets of the older adult population. These include veterans, immigrants, and LGBTQIA+ older adults. We have created these initiatives and partnerships because we know that it is important to deliver culturally competent services that are tailored to the most vulnerable communities that we seek to serve. The Senior Law Project also provides legal counsel to older adults on a range of other civil legal issues, including landlord-tenant matters, access to benefits, consumer matters, and other civil legal needs. We provide training and ongoing support to social service workers, older adult center staff, and pro bono attorneys to address our clients' legal issues. I'm here to talk about legal services organizations and their role in the ecosphere of services provided to older adult New Yorkers. Legal services organizations are there to represent clients in eviction proceedings, fight unlawful denial of benefits, and like our organization, help obtain the documents older adults need to live in the community securely as they age. We want to thank the council for the funding that we've received in the past. and to help us ensure that our clients and their caregivers have all the tools they need in their toolbox to be able to allow our clients to age with dignity and respect in the community. So thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. Next.
Yeah, hello, Chair Hudson. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Calling on you as the chair of the Aging Committee to support intro in the State Senate S9924A. That will make it a felony for anybody to assault a deliverista. I know this is not transportation or consumer worker affairs, but there's a certain amount of deliveristas in New York City that are elderly, so I think that should count as part of the Aging Committee. So I am advising, I think it's kind of late for FY26, but I know that Cuomo is going to be the governor, going to be the mayor of New York City. Cuomo is going to win this, and I'm calling on the city council for FY27, FY28 to put a program to make deliveristas start delivering food, like the food at Riseboro and Helping Hands, the organization that hand out the senior foods to the seniors. I think they should start delivering foods too, because I have a big feeling that all those organizations like Riseboro are really overwhelmed and understaffed with delivering food to the seniors. I think that the city council should implement a program to allow deliveristas to start delivering food to the seniors. Not only it can help line the pockets of these nonprofits like the Worker Justice Project and Locamena, it could decrease the workload and overwhelming of the workers at Riseboro and all these organizations when it comes to delivering the food to the people, and is less convenient. It is more convenient when it could deliver it with an e-bike. You guys can easily buy the equipment that they guys need to deliver the food to them, and while at the same time, we should be able to start helping these guys get their driver licenses. I know that a lot of these guys are mostly migrants, and I know there's an anti-immigrant sentiment in the city council with the Common Sense Caucus. At the same time, the city council should please put like $25 million into certain nonprofits that can get these guys these driver licenses, conditional driver licenses, where they can only use to drive to work to deliver the food and back to where they pick up the food at. I think the city council should be doing that when it comes to that. And we need to support our seniors. We need to make sure that they don't be abused by certain caregiver organizations, and the city council should be intimidated by certain nonprofits like CPC that intimidate council members into supporting them, while at the same time intimidating the crap out of Christopher Marte and try to run someone against them like Jess Coleman for city council, because he's calling this stuff out. The city council should be more transparent when it comes to protecting elders. If you really care about elders, you will support Christopher Marte and getting his bills passed to really put CPC in check. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going. I got to hold up.
Hello, I'm Sharon Brown from Rose of Sharon Enterprises. Remember, Israel released the hostages, let Yahweh's people go. Okay, for the aging population, they need housing to be allocated for them without having the senior housing labels. Now, some have been moved out of their homes when places closed or changed to different housings that were senior housing, like immigrants. They changed it, one senior center into immigrant housing, and an older gentleman who was a veteran was kicked out of his house or senior center housing, and they moved in all of the immigrants. So they need to find a way to allocate housing just for seniors in regular housing. And seniors need to be independent. The help that they need should not be compulsory. They should ask for it themselves and get the things that they're requesting and needed. We need to fund senior businesses, senior home ownership. We need to invest for seniors, help them put money together to get stocks, bonds, investment, and get wealth for themselves so that they can own property, not just be in senior housing. We also need to look into why there are 50% of false diagnoses for fatal diagnosis. This is in a paper, and they're showing that the diagnoses are not correct. We also need to make sure when there are illnesses that they are taken care of with funding, with medical funding and everything. We need supplemental funding for seniors, especially for the Jewish community, for their safety. We need to allocate extra funding supplemental for rent, repairs, transportation, housing above what they already have. Now, we need to make sure that seniors have cash in hand, whatever that may be, food stamps or whatever, above what they're already getting. If they're on some kind of retirement or Social Security or whatever they're getting, if they cannot afford food, they need to be able to have funding to get it from regular sources. We need to make sure that people are advocating that they can get public assistance, EBT, SNAP, Social Security for the interim time. They can get Social Security when they cannot meet their bills. We can't have our seniors hungry. We also need them to start a program where they're growing vegetables, maybe in the seniors' homes. They teach them how to grow vegetables, or the seniors teach them, or they allocate spaces where seniors can grow food for the senior population, and they can get their food from their own senior-owned food.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
God bless.
Okay. Okay, calling witnesses to testify on Zoom, starting with Sharanya Pillai. Sharanya Pillai. Kavita Shah. Kavita Shah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Sharanya Pillai is my colleague. She couldn't make it, so it's.
That's okay.
Thank you. Should I wait for other? Or I should
No,
start?
you can begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Hudson and the committee for allowing us to testify. My name is Kavita Shah. I'm the Program and Budget Director at India Home. India Home is a nonprofit that serves South Asian and Indo-Caribbean seniors. And we serve culturally competent services. We provide congregate meals. As you all know, we provide halal and vegetarian meals for our seniors at different centers. We also provide case management. We have mental health programs, other recreational activities. And the current challenge that we are all facing is the budget cut. So I have my written testimony, but I want to tell you my experience from working with the seniors at India Home. So how critical the older adult program is for us and for the city, because the seniors really look forward to coming to all the older adult center. They have created a home for themselves. I have my seniors who have formed their dance group, and they go to all different different, places where we have Indian festivals and things to dance and perform. Also, the meals, and in the past, I think I was listening to in regards to the meals, the halal meals. Chairperson Hudson, you are right. The halal meals are expensive because, as I'm a budgeting director also at India Home, I know that the amount of money that I get from Department of Aging doesn't cover all of my halal meal cost. So that is another challenge that we face. Housing is another challenge for the seniors, as you know as well, that affordable housing, that's a big issue for the seniors. And thanks to our executive director, she came up with this unique idea of a co-living for seniors. We have a one-of-a-kind seniors co-living home that we have started with, where we've matched 4 seniors to live together in a home, and India Home is their support system. Another challenge we have is, the space where we conduct our programs. After COVID, India Home Senior Center is thriving. We get a contract for only 80 seniors, whereas on a daily basis at our Jamaica Muslim Center, we get over 120 seniors. And so we have a constant struggle to bridge that gap. That's another challenge we have. And I would consider that all the seniors have worked all their life. So they look forward to that retirement because that's the time they can pursue their own hobbies and their talents, and this is the time they should not be worrying about how they can do this and how the programs that support them will survive. So, and we should also consider putting in dollar for our senior as an investment, because the seniors have collected all these experience and
Thank you,
wisdom.
ma'am. Your time have expired.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kalman Bakau. Kalman Bakau.
Hi, I don't have anything to testify. I'm just accompanying Kavita.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. Moving on to Michael Singh.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Hudson and the Aging Committee. My name is Michael Singh. I'm the Program Director for Catholic Charities, specifically for Brooklyn and Queens, the Peter J. Delamanica Senior Center. I just wanted to say I sent in my testimonies for our older adults, and for me, just wanted to bring up that New York City has long failed to prioritize the programs and services that helps older adults remain in their communities as they age. It's with the proposed $120 million cut, it's going to be devastating to the older adult community. It will slash vital services across the board. We all know that 1 in 5 New Yorkers make an older adult population by 2040. As we said before, it's going to increase by 25%. With cuts, more older New Yorkers will be pushed out of their homes and onto the streets due to an ever weakening safety net. And then it's going to be more weakened if we do have those cuts. We're going to have a growth of hunger, homelessness, neglect. I have a quote from Mahatma Gandhi that says, "The measure of a society is how well we treat its elderly." In the OSCs, we do have a lot of unresourced things such as operations, transportation, social services, facilities, staffing. We do need better pay for our staff members. We do need more accredited staff members, more trained staff members to deal with the older adult population. Also, I think older adult centers, there is starting place where, we start coordinating all community services for older adults so they can stay within the community and live independent. I do have a lot of, dignity, a lot of words to say about, people, our older adult members. They want to feel valuable to society. They want dignity. They want to preserve their independence. They want to live happy lives. We have a lot of food insecurity that's versus our food costs right now. We do have social isolation. So a senior center is a great place for people to come and socialize, to do activities. They do enjoy a lot of physical activities, a lot of arts and craft. The senior center really helped them to learn and manage the delay of chronic diseases and improves their physical, social, spiritual, emotional, mental, and economic well-being. So what I really want is that our proposal is to invest $5 million a year in emergency repairs for our centers over the city. Make about $2.3 billion investment in nutrition, housing, community services. We all will
Thank you.
be
Your
an
time
older
has
adult.
expired.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. And you said you submitted written testimony as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got that. Thank you. Calling Navdeep Bains next. Navdeep Bains.
Hi. Thank you to Chair Crystal Hudson and the Committee on Aging for holding this hearing and for giving us the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 26 budget. I'm Navdeep Bains, the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofit organizations serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. In 2025, New York's Asian community faces a fundamentally changed landscape, from a sharp rise in anti-immigrant policies and drastic cuts in federal funding to the acute targeting of Asian communities through hate speech. We are facing an unprecedented crisis. Asian older adults are the fastest growing older adult community citywide, making up 14% of New York City's senior population. This population growth was coupled with a rise in poverty, and currently 42% of Asian seniors are low income, making them among the city's poorest seniors. Furthermore, 25% of Asian seniors experiencing poverty live alone, and 84% of them have limited English proficiency. The Asian American Federation works with 12 of our member organizations as a part of the Seniors Working Group, the first and only Asian-specific seniors advocacy coalition in the city. Together, these organizations serve 125,000 low-income seniors annually from 10 different Asian ethnicities. To highlight some of the work that our member orgs have done, India Home has come up with innovative strategies to create a co-living housing model for seniors. COPO operates the only registered halal Meals on Wheels program in the city, and Homecrest provides culturally competent programming and support to reduce isolation for our Chinese community. On behalf of our organizations, we urge the City Council and the administration to reverse the proposed 1 million plus cuts that are being proposed and commit to a robust increase in funding for older adult services, and especially increase funding to Asian-led, Asian-serving older adult service providers so they can continue to provide the culturally competent programming, food services, and in-language support that our seniors uniquely need. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Calling Tanya Krupat next. Tanya Krupat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hudson, and to the Aging Committee for your advocacy and dedication. My name is Tanya Krupat. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at the Osborne Association. Osborne is one of the largest and oldest criminal justice service organizations in the state, and we recently began providing a variety of reentry housing specifically for older people. Meeting the needs of older people in New York City is critical, and this includes those who are incarcerated and returning here. Too often, the needs of older people in jails and prisons and those returning to our communities are overlooked at an enormous cost in dollars, lives, well-being, and lost wisdom and contributions. Today, more than 1 in 4 people in New York State prisons is over 50, and as of this January, 967 older people are detained on Rikers Island. Given the annual cost of detaining someone on Rikers, we are currently spending more than $490 million to keep older people on Rikers. This is almost New York City's aging entire budget. We oppose any cuts to New York City aging and advocate for shifting the focus of the city's proposed budget so that police and corrections budgets are not increased, while critical services that prevent arrest and incarceration are cut. Among these, we need to invest in alternatives to detention and incarceration, and to train both corrections to be age aware and community providers of aging services to be incarceration aware. With research on aging out of crime, we need to better understand why older people are getting arrested and why hundreds of older people are on Rikers. In our programs, we see every day what is possible when we address the needs and create supportive communities to welcome older people home and support them in contributing to their families and communities. In the community, when you walk into our Marcus Garvey housing program in Brownsville, you sense the joy, compassion, wisdom, and desire to help and contribute. Most of our staff are themselves formerly incarcerated, and many residents like Mr. William, who feeds the fish in the community fish tank every morning, and Miss Carmen, who offers cooking classes to residents, are finally experiencing their first home, their first stable and welcoming community. We are all missing out when we aren't supporting all older people. My written testimony includes other budget requests and provides specific recommendations for actions, small and more significant, the city can take now. Thank you for your dedication to supporting all older people.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that testimony. I'm now going to call Sharanya Pillai, Joan Pastor, Sharanya Pillai or Joan Pastor. Are you still on the Zoom? Okay, if there's anyone who would still like to testify via Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Okay, if there's anyone in person, Sergeant at Arms. Seeing none, I'd like to thank everyone who testified today. Especially for those who've shared their own personal stories, and those doing the work in all of these older adult centers and through a lot of service providers that serve our older adults every single day. We appreciate all the work that you do, and we appreciate you being here and your testimonies. Thank you so much. This hearing is adjourned.